Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Get in the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
James Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
Who's going to accuse you of winning?
That don't work that way, Sherm. This is the show that has my name on it.
It's kind of sad, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, let's do this Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube, where you can see us. It's so cool. You not only hear us, you can actually see us. Yeah, it's really, really amazing. Thank you, Maura, once again.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I was going to say I'm seeing a birthday boy.
I know. There we go. Wow.
I was trying to find one from a band maybe you like. This is Jimi Hendrix.
Well, I could tell who it is. Nobody else sounds like that. That's Jimmy for sure. Thank you, Maura.
Rush doesn't have a happy birthday song. That
No, that's probably for the best. Nobody needs to hear Geddy Lee screeching happy birthday. Thank you. I am 48 years old today. I'm feeling every inch of it. Getting up was awful. I'm creaky and, yeah, the whole deal. But Maura was nice enough. She's the only person so far today to wish me a happy birthday. Now, she's done it twice, and she brought me a little London fog latte. So thank you, Maura. Really appreciate it. You are the best.
I did get reminded by whoever left you a card yesterday.
Oh, that's true.
That said Shrek, I think, on it.
It looked like it. There was not great handwriting. I haven't opened that card yet, so I don't know who it was from or why their handwriting seemed to indicate that my
you
name
were
was
like,
Shrek.
does that say Salk? I was like, I don't know.
It was like the A looked like I don't know. It was an ugly situation. I don't mind telling everybody that it's my birthday. That's kind of my thing. I don't want much for my birthday. Like, you don't have to get me a gift. I don't need anything. I just like the acknowledgement, but I also don't expect anybody to remember that it's my birthday, because who the hell remembers whose birthday it is? So I'm happy to just tell you, hey, it's my birthday. Wow, happy birthday. Thanks. And then I move on. That's really it. That's the extent of what I'm looking for my birthday. So thank you, Maura. Much appreciated. The latte was just an extra nicety that was very much appreciated. Let's see. Do I want to do? Yeah, I don't know that I have much of a choice. I think it's probably time for
Late Night Mariners texts.
Yeah. Even on my birthday eve, plenty of late night Mariners texts. The only problem with it is they're not that late night because the game started at 4:40. We thought it might get a little delayed. So maybe they're missing some of the punch that come with actual late night Mariners texts. These are more like mid-evening, dusk-related Mariners texts, but still.
Late Night Mariners texts.
Okay, Salk, it's time to put Castillo in the pen when Miller comes off the IL. He just does not have it anymore. Bring up Sloan and do a six-man, but put Castillo in the pen, please, Dan. Well, that one took an abrupt turn halfway through the late-night text. I don't know about bringing up Sloan or anything along those lines just yet.
What? They have Miller coming back and they have Hancock. Why would...
Yeah, I don't know. He wants to go to a six-man, or she, I don't know, wants to go to a six-man. We're going to ignore the second part of that because that's obviously the result of drinking too much.
I mean, if you wanted to bring up somebody from the minors, Sloan will get here eventually, but I think currently you're talking about the wrong guy.
Yeah, no kidding. Kate Anderson seems to be a little bit more polished and ready at the moment, despite poor Keith Law.
Well, to be fair, that texter may have been listening to Keith Law, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. He's not ready. It doesn't look good. You probably think I'm going to come on here and tell all of you that you're crazy for talking trash about my beloved Luis Castillo. I can't do that. Am I going to defend Luis today? Probably. I can't help it. I love the guy, but I'm not blind. Like, I'm watching the same thing you are. If it was just last night or even just the last month, I think I'd have an easy time coming on here and being like, come on, good pitchers go through ups and downs. It happens all the time. It doesn't mean they're washed. It just, they make adjustments. They move on. They do different things. Things aren't working. They're dealing with an injury, all those types of things. But it's been like a year plus now with Luis. Like, I can't sit here and tell you that this is just a one-time thing. He just hasn't looked the same for a while. Late Night Mariners text. Castillo needs to end up on the 60-day ISL, the I stink list. See, that's mean. That's not right. The ISL was the name of my high school league, the Independent School League. I've seen enough, and it hurts to say Luis is washed. Put him in the pen, have him max out 2 innings every 3 days. See, that to me may end up being the salvation here for Luis, and see what happens. Can you get his stuff up to, instead of, what was it yesterday, 94 really? Can you get him to sit at 97? Could he pick up, is it reasonable, Lyle, to pick up 3 miles an hour in the pen?
I guess it's possible, and he's had some 95s this year.
Yeah.
And some.
Could you get him to like 97, touch 98? Could you get a little more movement on the two-seamer? The problem is, I can't even sit here and say the problem is, because unfortunately the problem seems to be all over. But neither of his secondary pitches seem to be doing much. The slider doesn't have enough bite, and the changeup has been an up-and-down problem for like 2.5 years now. So it's like, you can put them in the pen and see if the fastballs play up. They will. But are the breaking balls going to do anything? Because they just unfortunately haven't for a while. Salk, one could blame the weather, maybe the poor footing, but it's a combination of how Luis has done for most of April. He and Logan having repeated back-to-back shortened outings is not sustainable. Hopefully that changes today for Gilbert. Yeah, I get a little eye on Gilbert, but it's certainly not in the same category. I don't know, Salky, your pottery wheel partner looks like he's toast. And not the good kind, like avocado toast, more like the burnt toast type. Credit for creativity. Credit for creativity. I wish I had a better answer on Luis, guys. I really do, because I really do love him. I really love Luis. You're right. I enjoy him. I like when he was in his prime and got here a few years, it's now been a while. It's been, 4 years, 5 years since he got here? I was in. I really enjoy, he's just such a fun pitcher to watch when he had it all going. He reminded me of probably my favorite pitcher of all time, and that's Pedro Martinez. Not an accident that Pedro taught him that changeup. But unfortunately, much like Pedro went through a decline in his career, it does feel as if Luis is going through the same. Now, I will defend him at times because I think what Luis has done is really evolve into being a different kind of pitcher. When he was younger and when he first got here, he was an ace type pitcher. If he wasn't an ace, he was certainly a number one. And then something happened. He stopped having the enormous strikeout number. All those things changed. And I think he did a really good job of just evolving into a steady presence. You kind of knew that every 5 days you were going to get a quality start, right? This was a couple of years ago. I'm not talking right now. But a couple of years ago, after the true dominance ended, it was like, all right, he's not perfect, but he doesn't miss starts. Has Luis missed a starter more than 1 or 2 since he's been here?
He had just those couple at the end of the year in 24. He had the hamstring thing.
That's it. He's been really steady. He takes the ball every 5 days. He usually, even last night when he stunk, he still gives you 5 innings so that he doesn't absolutely torch the pen. They were able to go to just the Wilcox and Hoppy part of the pen, the lowest of the leverage, in order to make sure they kept their guys healthy or fresh for tonight. He does a lot of really cool little things that do help the team. But unfortunately, he's just not bringing what he was once bringing to the rotation. And you are going to get Bryce Miller back sooner than later. And Emerson Hancock has made an exact opposite transformation. Emerson Hancock's giving you what I think we all hoped Luis might give you. And Luis, unfortunately, looks like what I thought Emerson Hancock might be. If you were to strip the names off and do one of those blind taste tests, I think you'd be like, oh, okay, well, one guy belongs, one guy doesn't. It's pretty simple. It's just unfortunate that there have been too many. Now, I also will look through it, and I'll give you some of the numbers later. They're not all as bad as you think on Luis. He's made 6 starts. 1's been dominant. 1 was pretty good. 1 should have been better. The one against San Diego, he gave up, 4 runs, but only 1 of them was earned. There were some defensive issues. And then you've now had 3 awful ones. 2 that were non-competitive. So what, is that a bad pitcher? No, and that's why I'm not sitting here saying Luis is toast. I don't think that Luis is toast. I don't. I don't think he's toast. I don't think he's washed if that's the new word that we like to use. I don't think he's either of those things. But I also don't know whether he's still going to keep a spot in this rotation, as unfortunately that bar is a lot higher than just not being toast.
Luis is on the Astros right now, and this isn't a conversation, right?
He's a starting pitcher for the Astros all day.
Yeah.
I think he can still be a pitcher in Major League Baseball, no doubt. I mean, again, we just said 6 starts, 3 of them were fine. 3 of them were not. 3 of them were. But I think you're looking at the longer-term trend and saying the bar to be in this rotation is just higher. It's higher than what Luis is bringing right now. So I'm not going to tell you he's washed. I honestly don't think that. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you because I love the guy. I'm not going to go out there and crush Luis Castillo. But I do think that there's got to be a very serious conversation, obviously. And all of you do as well. So, all right, let's see. Shannon's going to join. We got some Shannon. We got some Daniel Jeremiah today. I can't believe we have Daniel Jeremiah 2 days after the draft. How cool is that? DJ will join us. Brian Nemhauser, Hawkblogger, will join us. Brian Walters is going to be back in again today. What else? I don't know. We got a bunch of fun stuff. It's my birthday, for God's sakes. Don't go anywhere. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
For the best insider analysis,
Bumpus and Wyman, the floor is yours. This is who you wanted.
Yeah, this is the guy I wanted.
lock in at seattlesports.com.
The Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price.
There it is.
Notre Dame.
The home run picks.
He kind of stood alone. Great player.
And what's next as John Schneider, Mike Macdonald, and the Seahawks put together the crew that'll defend the Lombardi Trophy.
They don't draft for need. They draft the best available players.
It's only at seattlesports.com.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Upgrade your comfort and cut utility costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors plus $1,000 off whole projects while taking 12 months to pay with no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 30th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member of the FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Get away from it all and discover a place where good times are guaranteed. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining at the steakhouse. Catch your favorite sports on our wall-to-wall screens and sink into pure relaxation at the spa. Tee up at Loomis Trail for championship-caliber golf and experience your favorite musicians live at the Event Center. Visit SilverReefCasino.com and book your stay today. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay. Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The charter plane to Queen Charlotte Lodge is on the runway, and you're not going to want to miss it. This summer has limited availability for king salmon, halibut, and lingcod fishing in beautiful Haida Gwaii, British Columbia. Queen Charlotte Lodge is absolutely the place to be. A luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, dad, or son. Book your stay at fishqcl.com, and trust me, you do not want to miss it. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, so much for the hot Mariners and the struggling Twins. That kind of went away very quickly yesterday. Minnesota absolutely taking it to them last night. They scored early, they scored often, and while shutting down the Mariners offense and probably proving one of those great baseball adages that momentum is really just the next day's starting pitcher. And can't disagree with it. You saw it again yesterday. There was plenty of offensive firepower for the Twins.
He delivers. Swung on, high drive, right field. Refsnyder back looking up, and this is gone. 3-run home run, Cody Clemens. It's 5-0 Minnesota in the third.
Yeah. Could have played the Bucks to one. Honestly, I mean, Luis struggled badly, gave up 7 runs. It could have been worse. He didn't even pitch as well as the line indicated. If Buxton hits his home run with the bases loaded instead of with, what was it, 1 on or nobody on an inning or 2 later, I mean, we're talking about just a complete meltdown. So he really did not pitch well. He was tagged for 7 runs, just 5 innings. On the other hand, give him credit for getting to 5 innings. That's sort of what a veteran like him does. It allows them to save the entirety of the leverage portion of the bullpen. Only Cole Wilcox and Alex Hoppe pitched, but both of them had to mop up and gave up runs as well. Dan Wilson.
The big blow was the homer, I think, and that was kind of the tough one. But I was really glad to see him go back out there in the 5th inning and get us that 5th inning. And I think that was an inning that he can really build on from there, and he finished strong.
Yeah, maybe. I appreciate that Dan is always positive. That one might be a little hard for people to swallow, but Look, he's seeing it a lot better than I am. He's got a better seat at the table and knows Luis better than I do. That one I think is going to be a little hard. On the other side, they didn't really do much offensively either. Another lefty that just came in and really shut them down.
I mean, that's what he does, and it was more fastballs kind of that first inning, and then kind of went to the breaking stuff. Kept us off guard in that way. Garv with the big base hit, to kind of get us at least on the board and kind of back into it a little bit. But throwing his off-speed stuff up there and using a lot of it, and it was just something that we weren't able to get onto early.
No, they weren't, and unfortunately, they did score a few runs, but everything's sort of out of reach at that point. Really, the only good news, another home run, 7th home run now for Cal Raleigh. Okay, well, back at it tonight. Logan Gilbert, Joe Ryan, another 440 start. M's are now back to being 2 games under 500.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, the draft, hugely popular once again, as you might imagine, but viewership actually down just a tick. Ratings declining by 3% for the first round compared to last year, despite the faster-moving system that you would think would have been a little bit more TV-friendly. Still, third most watched draft in league history, so it's not like this thing died, but... yeah, I'm going to guess the lack of quarterback intrigue and then maybe the constant marketing about how this was a bad draft probably contributed to fewer people wanting to watch it. You had no Shador and that whole storyline that was so fascinating last year. There was only 2 quarterbacks in the... I'm not even counting Ty Simpson because the whole thing was so ridiculous. But, there was only projected to be 1, maybe 2 quarterbacks. And let's face it, quarterbacks drive ratings. So not a huge surprise to see those numbers drop just a little bit. As for what the Seahawks did, I've been talking about all these different kids, but maybe the corner out of Arkansas, Neal, maybe the one that we've talked about the most just because he's so loud, because he was so confident. It's funny to hear his coaches say this.
He's kind of a quiet young man at first, at least when he got to Fresno. Didn't show a whole lot of personality. But as he played more, you saw more and more of that. And what I appreciated, there's still some, a humility there of a young man who said, I'm not asking for anything to be handed to me. I'm going to work. I'm going to be a good teammate. And, but it was good to see that come through on draft day.
Yeah, good to see. Meanwhile, the 31 coaches were working with their teams on Saturday. One of them spotted in the Salt Lake City airport, though. That would be Mike Vrabel. The New York Post has pics of him at the airport, noting that he does own a house there with his wife in nearby Park City. So, I don't know, maybe the counseling actually started Sunday instead of Saturday. Either way.
Well, no, NBC Sports Boston said he's already back with the team.
I was going to say it didn't last long.
Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, if it started on Sunday, he was back with the team on Monday. So he did, a couple hours worth of counseling, which he had to skip the draft for, even though it was on a different day? I'm totally and completely confused by all of it. But Adam Schefter says, don't worry, Vrabel will be fine.
Well, I think there's obviously a lot of pressure on him. But if you're asking, do I think that Patriots are moving on from him or making a head coaching change anytime soon? No, I do not. Now, should there be additional information that surfaces, should there be further embarrassing incidents, then the equation gets changed. But last week when on draft night, Mike Vrabel called a conference for 7:20 Eastern, 40 minutes before the start of the NFL draft, and there were people asking me if he was resigning or being fired or whatever. I don't believe that that's a conversation at all.
I believe it is. Personally, it may take some time, but I believe that will end up being a conversation when it's all said and done. I got a lot more to say on this. We'll dig into it later. Let's keep it moving.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Just give you some small news starting to trickle out in NBA expansion yesterday. Article in Bloomberg saying that the NBA has, quote, received signs of interest from multiple investor groups, though a Las Vegas team is drawing more interest from prospective owners than Seattle early on. Well, that sounds terrible. Why is Vegas having more interest than Seattle? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Vegas is going to have multiple suitors, and Seattle really only has one, and that's all it needs. Here in Seattle, Samantha Holloway and her One Roof Sports and Entertainment Group, I don't see how anybody else is going to buy this team. They own the arena. Any other bidder would need to rent directly from them. It's just business as usual, so I don't think that this news is going to qualify as being all that important. I also read in there that Adam Silver said July, that meeting may be a little too early, but he does see a final vote here taking place before the end of the calendar year. So, like what, next 7 or 8 months? That makes about sense. That works. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I know the word privilege gets thrown around, and it can be a bit of a hot button word for a lot of people, and I feel bad about that. I don't think it should be. I don't think, I don't want to make this political, but I don't think it's because the word privilege shouldn't, have anything to do with politics. But I do think it's possible to recognize various privileges that you get in your life without saying you have to surrender all of them, if that makes any sense. I recognize there are things in my life that are easier for me due to the way I was born and not anything that I accomplished in my life than they are for other people, whether it was my parents or, my family life, my skin color, my gender, any of those things. Just easier in a lot of ways to be some people than it is to be others. And I don't think it's that problematic to recognize some of that stuff. It's not like I'm going to resign from my job because of it. But I recognize that I had an easier path to get here than some other folks might have. Is this Vrabel and Rossini thing not an example of this, or am I crazy? Diana Rossini is getting, and deservedly so, absolutely crushed everywhere. Yesterday, it was her Spotify account that got picked through, and then she had to close that sucker. I mean, it is every day something new. And her, again, she feels like the serial killer who is leaving clues everywhere for people to find her. I mean, she was almost seemingly enjoying the fact that she was his name is Mike. It's bizarre. As I said, Boiling Rabbits, Glenn Close style. Bizarre. But the Vrabel thing, I don't know. If I were setting odds on Polymarket or Kalshi or whatever, I think I'd have pretty decent odds that this is not the only story about Mike Vrabel. Right? You think it was just Diana Rossini over a 6-year period?
Cared about infidelity with men in sports?
Well, we don't in general, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong. Well, it's wrong. We probably should care about it, but you're right. We've never really cared about it. But again, the combination of reporters and information, that's where it becomes problematic to me.
I do think, if you go back to the Titans, it does seem like she was getting stories that other people weren't, and so that means he should be held accountable for his end of leaking stories from the team. But I do think reporters are held to a higher standard in general in that department.
Both of those things can be true.
You're right. He should be being questioned.
And he's embarrassing his organization and keeping the focus on this every day. It seems like something
handling
else.
It horribly. Yes.
So you put all these things together, and look, I don't know how it's being received in the building. We heard some of the reports from Breer that maybe there were some players that were upset about it, or that he's lost some of his swagger. I'm sure eventually we're going to see a sex addiction check-in or something like that. That feels like the obvious next step here. But, so far what they've done, going to Salt Lake City for half a day and then coming home to work again, after just the whole thing is bizarre. Very bizarre. All right, we got to take a break. We're so late.
Never said anything after he said he was going to counseling.
No kidding.
I don't know why they keep making it.
He's going to be here. He's not going to be here. He's going to be in Salt Lake. He's going to be back tomorrow. He's going to be back in a month.
Report, he's been in constant contact with the team while he's away. No, actually, now the team wants me to say he hasn't been in constant contact.
All right, we got to take a break more. We're very late. Thank you for the 4 minutes extra birthday present here that I got to go over on break. But Shannon's up next on Brock and Salk.
For the best insider analysis,
Bumpus and Wyman, the floor is yours. This is who you wanted.
Yeah, this is the guy I wanted.
Lock in at SeattleSports.com.
The Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price.
There it is.
Notre Dame.
The home run picks.
He kind of stood alone. Great player.
And what's next as John Schneider, Mike Macdonald, and the Seahawks put together the crew that'll defend the Lombardi Trophy.
They don't draft for need. They draft the best available players.
It's only at SeattleSports.com.
Are you interested in investing in real estate in the greater Seattle market, but don't want to manage properties, develop real estate, or sign on debt? Hi, it's Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Find out why over 800 local investors have invested over $200 million in our Legacy family of funds. Legacy Northwest Fund returned over 12% 12% in both 2007 and 2008. Are you looking at diversification opportunities, especially with what's happening in the market this year? Get in touch with us today. Legacy's family of funds has a limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investment performance based on average return of LOF1, LOF2, and LSF from 2007 through the date of calculation and after deduction of fees and expenses. Legacy family of funds investments are available to accredited investors only.
There's not one car deal that is worth ruining an experience for a customer. That just is really what is instilled.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Upgrade your comfort and cut utility costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors plus $1,000 off whole projects while taking 12 months to pay with no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 30th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
The Mariners' 50th season is underway, and it's not too late to come on board as a season ticket member. Lock in your Mariners Flex plan and choose your games, seats, and number of tickets as you go all year long. 6 seats in the bleachers one night and 2 right behind the Mariners dugout the next. It's all up to you. Plus, you still get all the perks of being a member, like guaranteed postseason access and discounts of 10% or more on tickets with no fees. Join the team today at mariners.com/flex.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
Mariners and Twins tonight in Minneapolis. First pitch at 4:40, 3:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
At Big Trees, you don't have to shop alone. Certified arborists are available to help you choose the right trees for your yard. Plus, each tree Big Trees installs offers a 1-year warranty and a free aftercare visit from our board-certified arborists. Come visit the nursery, no appointment necessary, and see our wide selection of species. You'll find the perfect fit for your landscape needs at Big Trees in Snohomish, or visit us online at bigtreesupply.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have vehicles made for
adventure seekers. Get the Tundra at 2.99% APR for up to 72 months with $1,000 bonus cash or $4,000 customer cash. Lease the 4Runner for $389 a month or the Tacoma TRD Sport for $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaKirkland.com and ToyotaRenton.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, what a difference a week can make. As we sat here last week, it didn't feel right, man, right? You dropped 2 out of 3 in really those first 2 games against the A's, and things just didn't look right. They didn't feel right. And then all of a sudden you go out, you win that last one, you go out on the road and just find a way to win 3 games in 3 different styles against St. Louis, and everything just feels better in the world. Brian Walters in one more time to finish up today. And we'll go to Minnesota and talk to our Mariner insider, the great Shannon Drayer, of course. Hi, Shannon. Good morning.
Hello, guys.
So, how are we feeling today compared to, 5 or 6 days ago?
You're feeling like perhaps this is finally starting to get going offensively. And I think you can sense that around the club, too. There were some ups and downs and definitely some pretty big down moments. They didn't last too long, but there were a lot of guys that were looking around just thinking, what is going on? And I think that was a big part of the problem. It was a just collective struggle. Every individual was struggling, and that's that much harder to get out of when you don't have somebody that is at least helping keep you competitive. So I think a lot of work has gone in there. I think a lot of maybe taking a step back and taking a deep breath and relaxing a little bit at the plate has gone on, but it was good to see the reward in what we've seen on the road, and it really started in the homestand, I think. But I'd say, so far so good with what we have seen and what hopefully will draw the line and say has been the turnaround.
Well, so how much of that is Cal? And I guess I really should even say Cal, Julio, and Naylor, but specifically Cal. I mean, he was such the difference last year between maybe where the team was expected to be and where they ended up being. And he gets off to a bit of a slow start. Now all of a sudden 6 home runs. How big a difference does Cal make to that?
Well, I think he gives them, he gives them a lot of their swagger to have that guy in the middle of the lineup that can do that at any time. And he's also the threat in the lineup to the opposing pitcher. So that's huge. And not only was he slow to get going, and I'll contend, I think the WBC had everything to do with this, especially with Cal. But the pitchers and the other teams could see that on the other side. They could see that, his timing was not right. They could see that he was swinging at pitches that he didn't swing at a year ago. They could see that he was struggling to get to where he needed to be. And so that gives them a little bit of a chance to take a little bit of a breath and easily attack him and take out what was the big threat in this order. So the fact that he has been able to get to where he needs to be, and you see it in the at-bats, you see it in his pitch selection, you see it in that he is finally squaring up baseballs, I think is huge. That's a huge part of their lineup. But I think, even bigger is what you have seen both Cal and Naylor do together since the start of the last homestand. And I think at that point, then you have a presence in a part of your order, and you're not just looking at one hitter.
Shannon, I thought last night was the absolute perfect example of how ABS should be used and why they incorporate it into the game. What Ref Snyder did, he obviously struck out, boom, challenge, and then knocks it over the left field wall. Can you talk about kind of the freedom that Dan Wilson gives his players to use the ABS?
Yeah, he's giving them a lot of a lot of freedom. The only thing he really doesn't want is he doesn't want most of the pitchers to be calling it from the mound. They've got the worst vision of this entire thing, so he just prefer it be the catchers. And then with the hitters, everybody has got, I don't want to say free reign. They impress on them situations and when it's not a good idea and when you might be wasting a challenge. But they do want to use them. They do want to be aggressive with them, but you also have to be smart. So they give them the parameters in that situation. And I don't believe Ref Snyder had made a challenge before. I think that was so obvious that he was able to do that quickly in that situation. And I agree with you. I think that's what ABS was supposed to be about. And it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with it, because baseball over the last 10 years, they've instituted a lot of changes, but they also haven't been shy to, if they don't quite have it right, make an adjustment, even in season, to something. I think that's going to happen, but perhaps, next year we see it a little bit different. And talking with a bunch of the players on both, hitters and a pitcher's perspective, they don't really like it when it's a nitpicky, when it's just, an nth of an inch off of the plate. They don't quite think that is in the spirit of what it is supposed to be all about. So I'm really curious to see if we do. And Mike, I know that this is something that you haven't liked about it. And I can tell you, I think the players agree with you on
that's
this,
rare.
which is
There's
so
a first time for everything,
goes.
Shannon.
We will see where that goes.
No, I do feel strongly about it, though. I'm glad to hear you say that. Yes, my ears obviously perked up, and I got excited for somebody to agree with me. But the Ref Snyder call was 6 inches outside.
Awful.
I mean, that is exactly why this is necessary. You need to overturn a call that is missed by that much, and it literally changed the outcome of the game. And might have changed the outcome of Rob Ref Snyder's week, and who knows what happens from there. But they're right. They're like, oh, it just kind of nicked, or just barely. Come on, that just doesn't. Who cares? Just give me a gray area, a half inch on either side, and say if it's in there, the call stands. Nobody could be reasonably expected to get that right or wrong, and just move on. I think that'd be totally fine.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see eventually, just because of the history. They do want to get it right.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that is just a little bit too much. And, they listen to the players, they listen to the fans, and they want to do what's best for the game. And I don't think one of the biggest things that I've said is I don't want the conversation after most games to be about ABS.
Right.
I still want it to be about the baseball. But the conversation after this game might very well have been that miss. And we don't want that either. So I'm on board now. I wasn't. I'm all about absolutes. So I liked, no, it's a strike. It should be a strike. But in talking to the players, ultimately, I want what they want. It's their game. And so I was a little bit surprised to hear that. But I think that's great. I think that's great for the health of the game. And I think it also speaks to the relationship with the umpires and the respect that they have for them. We see all the bad calls and we see all the videos on social media and whatnot about the bad calls, but you have to remember that 99% of the time it's something else, and they don't get recognition for just doing what they're supposed to do, which is very, very hard. And there is a level of respect for that.
Julio Rodriguez, as we sit here with 3 games left to go in April before we'll turn over the calendar, he's hitting .250 with 2 home runs. I don't know whether that fully tells the story of Julio this year. He's got an OPS still of just .664, and yet I watch Julio over the last couple of weeks and think, man, this might be the best start to a season I can remember from him.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the key that you're saying there is start to the season. And sometimes, and just we're seeing it in June. Sometimes we're seeing it in May. I mean, he starts the season, obviously, but the bat doesn't get going for some time. And you look at those numbers and you're like, okay, well, where's the power? You want to see the power next. And it's often a good progression, but a good progression that perhaps needs a little bit of a push. We've seen him with a high average and the low slug before, and he's in that order to slug a little bit more. But, if he has the high average and the eye is there and he is seeing pitches, it's like, okay, Julio, it's time to start turning on some of those pitches. If you're getting into the good counts, let's do some damage. Let's not just flip it the other way. You know what the approach is, but you're the kind of player that can take that to the next step, and the power comes when you're doing everything right and whatnot. So you look at all that, and you hope that that is going to be leading to what we have seen in the past, and you hope it's not too prolonged. It's great that he's getting on base. You want him to do some damage, and we are still seeing you see a little bit of a struggle for him to get the ball in the air. You want him to hit the ball in the air, But I do think you're right. I do think that this is a better start to the season for him, and this is the progression that we saw from him last year. If he can get to that place where he's doing more damage a little bit quicker, all the better.
You know, I always expect 17 hits in a row now ever since Julio did that. What was that, a couple years ago? That's kind of the expectation I always have for Julio. But, no, it is good to see him get to a better start than usual. And, Shannon, I want to go to the Bryce Miller camp a little bit. And any word from his progress down in his rehab assignments? And what do you think this rotation is going to look like when he is finally put back in the lineup?
I'm going to give you the stock answer on that. I mean, the rotation, I don't know what it's going to be, and I think the big question is who is out when that happens. And 9 out of 10 times, something happens to make that decision. But, you know, you look at what the health of the rotation has been prior to last year, and there's a decent chance that maybe it won't be. So maybe that does become a little bit more of a difficult situation, and I think it's easiest to say last up, first down, which could be the situation. We'll see. But what we are hearing about Bryce Miller and what we saw in spring training and saw early from him, and I'll go ahead and take it all the way back to the playoffs last year. I mean, he had a miserable season with injuries, with trying to pitch when he wasn't 100% right, when trying to pitch when he had, you know, he just hadn't had a normal season because he was dealing what he was dealing with. You know, it's not easy to pitch through. Yeah, maybe you don't need to go on the IL, but that doesn't mean you're still going to be you when you get out there, and then you have the stops and the starts. But when they got to the postseason, when they desperately needed him, and he was kind of the last option to go to after the 15-inning game, he came through in spades. And, you know, the stuff that he has and that we have seen from time to time, he could be very, very special. And that's what it looked like in spring training before he got hurt. And so to hear and to see in the bullpens before we left spring training, we saw that stuff. We saw the velocity. We saw the break on the breaking pitches in Arizona. And then to now be hearing kind of the same thing from particularly his last rehab start, you get excited about what could be his season this year. And I'll just go ahead and just repeat again, I was very intrigued coming into this season, thinking that, you know, he had the chance to do something special. He's missed too much time to be in the running for anything. Well, that doesn't matter. What he'll be in the running for is to help this team get to where they want to be. So I'm excited to see what he is. And I do like the way that they brought him back. And it's, you know, his problems haven't been something has hurt after a start. It's just taken a little bit longer to rebound. So, okay, let's just go ahead and stop and let's pull back, and there is no rush with this thing. So I really hope that will pay off once he does get started, because he can do some things.
In the meantime, I think we're deep enough into this that I'm willing to say that Emerson Hancock is for real. I'm willing to go there. I'm willing to say that what we've seen is legitimate. It's real. He's done it now through enough starts. So what does that do for his future and or the future? I mean, he's done he won't pitch again in April. So the next time he takes the mound is going to be May. We're over a month in. Has he cemented a spot in the rotation? How do you look at this?
You know, if all things were equal, I would say yes, but Bryce Miller is coming back. So I will say I don't know. I don't know how you handle that. He has, I think, always, you know, his fellow rotation mates have looked at him as a fellow starter for the past year. Like, you don't say the rotation in Emerson. Emerson was part of that even when he wasn't with the club. Mm-hmm. And I think that rather than looking at him a year ago, and if he had a good outing, I think the chances were, well, there might be a fall. I think he is to the point where he has a base where I think he can keep improving a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to improve on his ERA. You know, that's going to even out a little bit more. He has had a very good start, but he is still learning how to use his stuff. And I think he's still got some tricks up his sleeve. I think he is still intrigued about some things that he can do on the mound that he was doing, you know, on those few relief appearances that we saw. He is a little bit of a tinkerer, you know, along the lines of a Logan Gilbert and pretty much any of the other starters not named Luis Castillo in that rotation. But he's being very careful with it, not trying to do too much right now. He's in a good place. And what does that look like as he goes forward? Never mind where it's at, if he's in the rotation or not. He's not going to be coming out of the pen. But if he's in the rotation in Seattle or somewhere else, I think he is still continuing to develop. And I think that is a good thing. He's just, he has shown that he can maintain velocity through a start. He has shown that he can put up 6 innings fairly easily. I think that is a very, very valuable thing. And I think he can probably up that a little bit more from where he is and how he uses his stuff and how he continues to get experience at this level.
It's pretty crazy. He leads the starters in ERA. He leads the rotation in WHIP. Now, some of that got a little screwy with just a rough outing for Brian Wu, but still leads the team in both of those categories among starters. Is third in strikeouts per 9. He's pitching deep into games, as you said. He's pitched more innings than Logan Gilbert has this year. It's really hard for me to look at this and say, all right, there's not room for him. I know that baseball has a way of working these things out, but would you have any thought about, what this could mean for Luis? Is there a bullpen role for him? Is there a little phantom, elbow hurts a little bit IL? What are your options?
Yeah, I think I've said 3 things to stay away from that completely. And you're going back.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a difficult spot that obviously they get into. So, all right. Now to Minnesota. What to expect next, Shannon?
Yeah, they're coming up on a team that's in a world of hurt right now, and you hope that they can continue to, do what they've done on the road. And if they do, it's hard to believe that they could be looking at a winning month. They could be looking, I'd be happy with, a 500 month after what you saw at the start. So just looking for them to continue on what they are doing at the plate. And, since the start of the last homestand, they've been hitting as an order 284, and their slug is up to 471, which is 6th in that time. And their strikeout rate is down to 21%, and just huge. I'd like to continue to see one thing that we haven't talked about, and that this has been huge also over that time period, is you are starting to get things from the bench. They didn't have their first pinch hit since until the 22nd of April. And now you saw how big, Connor Joe, Dom Canzone in the pinch hitting role, Rob Refsnyder have come up in the past week and since the start of the homestand. That's huge for the lineup. So you look for that to continue. You're hoping that you see some struggles that you have seen start to come around. While the top of the lineup all of a sudden is taking off, all of a sudden some other players that had been hot have fallen off in that time. Luke Raley's had a rough go of it. Probably partly because there's no consistency to what he is doing. I think he needs more at-bats. Randy Arozarena has fallen off. You want to see him get going a little bit more. As we mentioned, we want to see Julio get the ball in the air a little bit more and get more into that slug. And as far as the pitching goes in this series, it will be interesting. I think Castillo's start will be interesting. If we see it today, it is gray and rainy right now, and we'll have to see what happens there. But you need to see him, his history is that he will have these bumps that'll last 3 or 4 games. You need to see him pull out of it. It's time to pull out of it a little bit more right now and just be who he is. You're not asking him to be too much more. You mentioned the Phantom IL. I haven't seen anything wrong, but maybe you start looking in that direction. But you want to see him start to look a little bit more like himself. But they are set up to really take advantage of this series. They do have a lefty on the hill against them tonight. I'd like to see him take some steps forward, but they have a real opportunity in front of them as far as wins and losses go these next 3 games.
Well, it's sure a lot more fun watching wins as opposed to watching losses. And this weekend was fun. 3 really interesting, different types of games. And Shannon, always appreciate you. Thank you for joining us from beautiful Minneapolis. You said a little rain tonight. We have any fear of tonight's game in jeopardy?
I think we might have a little bit of fear.
A little bit of fear. Okay. Well, I don't like that, but I appreciate it.
The afternoon guys are really hoping, or they're really kind of a little anxious about it right now.
Well, tarp action out there. I will be anxiously awaiting Shannon's tarp tweets. And
you know what? I can do that right now because I can see the stadium from my room.
Oh,
and perfect. The tarp is definitely on the field right now.
All right, give me a good tarp tweet, Shannon. That you know how much we appreciate those. Talk soon. See you.
Thanks,
Shannon. There you go. The great Shannon. Thankfully, the tarp was removed. They played. Well, maybe it wasn't thankfully. Yeah, maybe they should have not played, and then they could have had a doubleheader today. But I don't know. It didn't go well. All right, so Luis is just getting absolutely killed. He is just getting absolutely torched. And I don't mean on the field. I just mean on the text machine, online, on Twitter. This conversation is about to get a lot louder, and that's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob.
The Seahawks end up with 8 picks.
Every afternoon at 2.
They went in with 4, turned them into 8. What do you think?
It did sort of align with what they needed. I love the first-round pick. I would just give John an A for hanging around until 32 to take Jadarian Price.
They could use it. They could use it with the uncertainty surrounding certainly Charbonnet and or McIntosh, if he's even going to be part of it.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber The Door Store. One of our most popular services is our match-up service, where we use your old door as a template to create a new door in your existing frame. Whether you need an interior or exterior door, this is a great way to change out your doors DIY style. And as long as we have what you need in stock, we currently have available space without a long wait for our same-day match-up service. Please visit us in Shoreline, where there's plenty of good parking. Also, check us out online at franklumber.com.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. Still here helping men with ED and Peyronie's disease in 2026. Our clinics have helped thousands of men in the last 8 years just like you. Most guys tell me that in their early 50s, they started using Viagra. It worked for 3 or 4 years and then tapered off. That's because Viagra is not a curative medication. It's a short-term solution. Our wave therapy breaks down the plaque in the arteries and increases blood flow without using any medication, with proven long-lasting results. Our treatments are so successful that we have some men driving up to 5 hours just to get treated every week. And our 4.9 average star rating on Google proves it. So whether it's ED, Peyronie's disease, or low testosterone, West Coast Men's Health has the answers you're looking for.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy and peptide therapy. Call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The Johnsons always talk about an orientation meeting. Their dad and grandpa, they always maintain that it's a people business.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
The chartered plane to Queen Charlotte Lodge is on the runway, and you're not going to want to miss it. This summer has limited availability for king salmon, halibut, and lingcod fishing in beautiful Haida Gwaii, British Columbia. Queen Charlotte Lodge is absolutely the place to be. A luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, dad, or son. Book your stay at fishqcl.com, and trust me, you do not want to miss it. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
Rising blast, left field, grand slam, Rosarena!
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a truly elevated experience, you've got to be in a Mariner Suite. A suite is the perfect spot to get your game and celebration on. Birthday, promotion, engagement, company team building that actually team builds. No matter your event, we've got a suite you'll love. Group suites can fit 30 to 400 people for big-time bashes. And private suites offer just that, an upscale experience for more intimate gatherings. All Mariner Suites offer an incredible view of the ballpark, so you can't go wrong. Plus, you and your guests will enjoy premium catering, VIP parking, private Skybridge entry, and more. And season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve your suite today at mariners.com/suites.
Bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
Mariners Baseball, Trident's up.
Let Olympic help you create the ultimate home contrast therapy studio. Pair relaxing Tilo sauna with our revitalizing Vigor cold plunge. Save up to $5,000 when you buy both. These massive savings end April 30th.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 25% off windows and doors or 12 months, no payments, and no interest. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe, Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates. Let's
go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get your freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, another day with our friend, former wide receiver Brian Walters with us. Yes, Brian played for the Seahawks. Somebody just looked you up yesterday, texted in and was like, wait, that's Seahawks legend Brian Walters. And I was like, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I asked you your birthday or how old you were earlier because it is my birthday. Thanks for noticing.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, Brian. Appreciate that. That's really nice of you.
You got it.
And then I realized, like, I could have just Googled it. Like, you're famous enough. You got a Wikipedia page and a Pro Football Reference page, and you just Google you, and you can find out all that information. I don't need to ask you any questions.
Is Wikipedia what makes you famous or not?
I'm not famous. I don't have a Wikipedia page.
You don't have a Wikipedia page?
No.
How do you get a Wikipedia page?
Somebody has to make it for you, and I
can't
don't
make
know
it yourself.
That. But I can see your middle name. I can see your Brian Robert.
Yeah, named after my dad.
Okay, that's pretty exciting. I can read all about your career here. There's a lot going on. I mean, not a lot.
There was enough on the internet without having a Wikipedia that we were able to have ChatGPT roast you last year.
That's true. Yeah, that was not. Yeah,
that's kind of fun.
Unfortunately, everything that's on the internet about me is pretty nasty. It's not good.
Well, then you're doing something right. So
is that what it is?
That's.
I think it probably depends on who you ask. Is Luis Castillo doing something right? Right now, no. So last night was rough. Obviously, Luis got just torched. It was a pretty crappy day for him. It was bad. I mean, if momentum is the next day's starting pitcher, the momentum on the Mariners totally flipped yesterday, both with Luis's bad start and with another lefty just totally shutting him down. But this was a conversation that was already started, right? There was already a murmur. There was already a little bit of a, back and forth. If it was a quiet murmur, it's about to become a very loud rock concert or a 747 taking off. Like, it is going to be now very loud. Because, and I'll just throw some of the facts out there and then we can, start to debate it more. But 33 years old, last year of his deal, velo clearly down another tick or two last night. It was really mostly 94s, and you'd really like Luis to be at 96, and those 2 miles an hour do matter. Now, he does have a rubber arm. We were talking about it earlier. Almost never misses starts. He goes deep into games generally, and even last night when he was not good at all, still at least gave them 5 to allow their bullpen to kind of rest itself and have your leverage guys back for today. But we just haven't seen the consistent 6 innings, 2 earned run quality starts that were Luis's calling card for a number of years, where it's just like every single game, you knew what you were going to get. Was it going to be 8 innings of 1-run ball? Probably not. But it was almost always going to be 6 innings and almost always going to be 2 or 3 runs. And those quality starts over the course of the year, and maybe they're not perfect, but they add up a ton, and it's those have disappeared. He has 6 starts right now on the year. 1 was dominant. He completely dominated the Yankees in his first start of the year. 1 was pretty good. Went 5 innings and gave up 2 runs against the A's. Pretty good lineup. 1 should have been better. It was 5 1/3, 4 runs, but only 1 earned. And yes, it was his error that contributed to that. But okay, still against that San Diego lineup, not a bad start. So half of his starts have been dominant, pretty good, or should have been good. The other 3 have been awful. Two of them were absolutely non-competitive, and one of them, he was able to limit the damage, but still only lasted into the fourth inning. So you kind of look at it and say, all right, half of the starts have been good, half of the starts have been bad. Is that a situation where you are, bringing out the pitchforks and saying, this guy's got to go, he's done, he's toast, he's washed? 6 starts? No, probably not. If it was just those 6 starts, I would probably sit here and say, hey, come on. Veteran pitcher, goes through ups and downs, got to find himself, this, that, and the other. The problem is, and we all know this, it's been going on a lot longer than just those 6 starts. It's been what feels like more of a steady decline as opposed to one precipitous one. So I don't know that I could pinpoint like the one day where everything dropped off a cliff. But over the course of the last few years, if he started off at one point, it's just more like that 747 landing. It's just sort of slowly coming down and a little lower and a little lower. And at some point, with Bryce Miller coming back, some sort of decision is going to have to be made. I don't think, and I'm sorry, I will let other people talk here in a minute after I ramble for 5 minutes. I don't think Luis is done. I don't think Luis Castillo is a guy with nothing left. I really don't. But I am absolutely of the belief that the stuff is not what it was. He's not missing bats the same way he was. The at-bats go on too long. Guys are seeing him too well. The secondary stuff is not good enough to get guys to swing and miss. The fastball is no longer as dominant as it was. For guys are seeing it better than they used to be. And while I do believe Luis has value and in another rotation would probably get a lot of time to figure this out, Emerson Hancock has emerged in such a way, and you're about to get Bryce Miller back, that unless something funky happens, I just don't know why you would continue to roll him out every 5 days when you have 5 better options and you're in a situation where you're competing for a World Series.
It's such a tough situation. It's a good situation to be in, though, to talk about Luis Castillo not being in your starting 5 rotation. I mean, other teams would be dying probably to have him as your 3rd, 4th guy. But I think the fact that the reason it's tough is because he has been your ace. Mm-hmm. He's been this staff's ace. What was that, 3 years ago, 2 years ago? He was the ace of this staff just about. And obviously guys have gotten better. Logan Gilbert, Kirby, those guys have emerged to be the stars of this. But he still has that ace mentality.
Mm-hmm.
He sees himself as an ace. Now the question is, do coaches look at this and can they say, is this fixable? Is this mechanical? Is this something that we actually can dive in and look at this and say, hey, you're tipping this off?
So I appreciate you. That's a good question. I will play you some sound from Dan Wilson here. And Dan's not going to give you all the details on, we think he can do X, Y, and Z. But he did make an allusion to the fact that could be the case.
He's a veteran. He knows adjustments that are going to be made and understands that. And I know he continues to work and again his process over his last several ball games. He's been getting ahead in the count and attacking the zone. Tonight just like I said, the big blow, the homer, but he'll make his adjustments.
That was the big blow last night, but it wasn't the only one. I mean, let's be clear. If Buxton comes up with a hit in, what was it, the first or it must have been the second or third inning, they score a bunch more runs there. I mean, it just unfortunately got away from Luis again, and that's half of his starts where that's occurred. I think he's got value. I really do. I know there's people, trade Luis. Well, you're not going to trade him. There's no need to do that. Pitching depth is too important. And there's too good a chance that there's something else that, he's able to make a change, and he can figure it out. I would never, ever call a guy washed at 33 with the history of Luis Castillo, because pitchers find ways of reinventing themselves all the time. So I'm not going to do that, and I'm not going to say cut him or send him or whatever. Like, the bullpen may be a conversation at some point. But I do think there is a point you reach at which you've got to you got to do something. That something should not be drastic, but Luis is going to have to make some sort of adjustment because what he's doing now can't continue.
It's like every single sport. You have to put your best product out there. You have to put your best players out there. If Hancock is on the bench or down in AAA, because that's not doing this team any good when he is performing so well.
And the clubhouse knows that.
And the clubhouse knows. Absolutely, they know that. And I think that's the hard decision. That's the difficult decision, because the odd man out is Castillo. That's an easy decision. That's the easiest decision. But it's about getting that product out there. But again, the velocity's down. You look at that and you go, what happened? But can you blame the weather in Minnesota? Can you blame the mound condition? He mentioned that.
He did. And so, but again, if it was just the one start, we're not having this conversation. No one had this conversation after Brian Wu got lit up the other day in St. Louis. Like, all right, bad starts happen. The problem here is it's really half of them so far this year and 3 of the last 5. And it's more of a continuing trend from what we saw last year.
There's a lot of data you could dive into with Luis. Honestly, the thing I think that jumps out to me the most is through all this, right? Through all the steady decline that you mentioned that's happened over the last couple of years, the one thing he always had was his fastball. His four-seam fastball always played up even when the other stuff started to decline. Now his fastball is not even there. I mean, if you just want to look at something as simple as run value on Baseball Savant, it's just not there. I mean, it's dropped massively from where it was a season ago. He was in the 90th percentile of the league in terms of fastball run value last year. It's been slashed in half. It's in the 42nd percentile. And the sliders are getting crushed, and off-speed's getting hit hard. He's not pitching away from T-Mobile Park well. He's had problems with lefties for a while now. I don't know. There's just a lot trending the wrong way. And when you look at what Emerson's doing, that is going to be a tough move optics-wise to explain to a lot of people if it's Emerson that gets yanked out of the rotation to keep Luis.
So, again, I think you want to be very careful about making a rush to judgment or to do something that you can't undo. You don't know what's going to happen when Bryce Miller comes back. We don't know how effective he's going to be. We don't know how deep into games he's going to be able to go. We don't know if he's going to be able to stay healthy. You also have, you always have questions that any pitcher could get hurt at any moment. And even if you believe that Luis can't be in the rotation right now, you still want to find some way to stash him, because the idea of giving up depth like that would be absurd. Is there an opportunity at some point to transition to the pen? I think there's a good conversation to be had there. But as for making that decision right now, pretty tough to do.
This is why I keep coming back to the Phantom IL.
Yeah.
It just avoids so many issues. It doesn't publicly out Luis. You're not moving him to the bullpen in May. If you need him to make more starts later in the year, which you probably will, he still can.
And
it
you
just
could
seems
even
like,
do it now. I mean, you could come out now and say, hey, feeling a little something. Maybe somebody else takes one start, right? Or you do a bullpen day or something like that before you, so it doesn't appear as if it is 1-for-1 with Bryce Miller. But no, I agree. Something's going to have to happen, but I think you want to be very careful in not overreacting so that you have an opportunity to have the depth still.
I think the simple question of all this is, are you going to need Luis Castillo at some point this season? The answer to that is yes. So yes, you do have to take in fact what's best for that player, confidence-wise, everything for the team. So
Good
yeah,
stuff.
you got to do something like that.
That's Brian Walters. That's why he's got a Wikipedia page right there. It's information and opinion like that. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. We'll come right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle sports like
JSN
powering through a secondary.
Breaks a tackle. He's going to go in.
You can't keep us down.
There was a fire alarm.
I'll die for this job. Fire alarm going off. We still in here.
20 minutes later.
We're back in action. I made sure everyone got safely out of the building.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Definitely. Big thanks to the men and women of the Seattle Fire Department for the quick response. But come on, Wyman. Easy on the scented candles next time.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Look, more than 4,000 people in our area have trusted Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's the safe way to lose weight. I'm one. Dropped, 35 pounds? Yeah, did all that in about 8 weeks, and I didn't have to, take any injections or anything like that. It was all real food that you buy at the grocery store, and it all works when you put it all together. It's a doctor-developed plan that is very safe, very simple. The food tastes good. It's not that hard. 15 minutes, you might spend that time sitting in traffic today, right? Why not instead spend it talking to the folks at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic? Schedule that consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com, because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Mariners and Twins tonight in Minneapolis. First pitch at 4:40, 3:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either, because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself and Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. I spoke with Dr. Meyer, the medical director of the Swedish Radio Surgery Center, and Dr. Meyer said Swedish CyberKnife patients are really satisfied with their experience. They report very few side effects, and they're seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later. To learn more, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or call 206-320-7187.
CyberKnife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know.
He delivers.
Up first.
Swung on, high drive, right field. Refsnyder back looking up, and this is gone. 3-run home run, Cody Clemens. It's 5-0 Minnesota in the third.
Could have played that one. Could have played Byron Buxton. Could have played. Yeah, it was a lot of offense for Minnesota, and not so much for the Mariners last night. 11-4, your final from a dreary, rainy, not well attended Target Field. There was nobody there. How many people, honestly, do you think were there last night? You think there were 2,000 people there? It didn't look like it.
Yeah, I'd say about two. The stadium spreads the fans out a little bit.
It did look like up in the upper levels there were more, but like when they showed the lower deck, like there couldn't have been more than 600 people there.
Yeah.
Would have been more if they built
would
a
you
roof?
have gone to that game?
No kidding.
Exactly, that's it. Would you have gone? Exactly.
No, I would not have gone to that game. It was awful. I think Alex Hoppy's family was like the only people there.
Yeah.
They're hoping he was going to pitch, and he did. Unfortunately, gave up a couple runs late as well. Luis Castillo, the story, he struggled badly, gave up 7 runs, but was at least able to get through 5.
The big blow was the homer, I think, and that was kind of the tough one, but I was really glad to see him go back out there in the 5th inning and get us that 5th inning, and I think that was an inning that he can really build on from there, and he finished strong.
He did finish strong-ish. I mean, I think that would qualify under too little, too late. But look, again, you're looking for something positive, something to get Luis going again, because if you could just keep getting those quality starts from him, it puts you in a significantly better place. By the way, the offense didn't do a whole lot either. Cal did hit his 7th home run in the 8th, so that was some good news. But other than that, another lefty just shut him down.
I mean, that's what he does, and it was more fastballs kind of that 1st inning, and then kind of went to the breaking stuff. Kept us off guard in that way. Garv with the big base hit, to kind of get us at least on the board and kind of back into it a little bit. But throwing his off-speed stuff up there and using a lot of it, and it was just something that we weren't able to get onto early.
Another lefty, another challenge for this lineup.
It was classic baseball, Salk. We talked all day yesterday. We talked about how this team was bad, and they got better all weekend, and then now they just reversed it on us again.
Yeah,
so
go right back again tonight.
Baseball.
I mean,
We're
this
back
is
to even.
why you play 162 of these, right? Because it averages out over a really long period of time. Yes, they will get back to it tonight. Logan Gilbert on the hill against Joe Ryan. Another 4:40 afternoon start. Mariners now 2 games under 500.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Ratings down just a little bit for the first round of the draft this year. They were off by about 3% compared to last year, despite the faster moving system that you would think would be a little bit more TV friendly. Now, look, let's not panic here. It was still the 3rd most watched draft in league history, but it was off a little bit. And I got to assume the lack of quarterback drama was the biggest reason why. I mean, when you only have 1.5 quarterbacks, I'm giving Ty Simpson a half, 1.5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round, and only one that was really expected to be. I think it's hard for the extra casual fans that make the difference of that extra 3% to engage, and especially when everyone's been telling us for months, like, this is going to be a bad draft.
Well, the extra 3% was at the draft.
That's true.
They went to the draft.
Yes.
I mean, I'm still baffled by how many people go to the NFL
So
draft.
what do you think why would you go to the NFL draft?
I don't know. I have no interest in ever going to the NFL draft.
It doesn't seem like fun.
It does not. It's just a huge crowd of people. Then the guy walks on the stage, says a name, and then you wait 8 more minutes. And
But they must have entertainment. I think they have something going on, but it still doesn't seem like something I particularly need to do. Speaking of the draft, 31 of the coaches were working with their teams on Saturday. One of them, though, was spotted in the Salt Lake airport. That would be, of course, Mike Vrabel. The New York Post has pictures of him at the airport. Apparently, they've got a house in Park City, which is nearby. So I just want to make sure I understand. Thursday, Fridays with the team. Saturday, he couldn't be with the team because he had to start counseling and be with his family. He's by himself at the airport, so maybe he's going to meet them on Saturday. But then Monday, he was back at work. So the counseling could only occur on Sunday in Utah, known for working on Sunday as a state in general, right?
Yes, that's one way to look at it.
What am I missing here? Nothing about this story makes any sense.
I'm going to give him a little benefit of the doubt. I don't know why.
I don't either. What has he done to deserve that?
Let me just talk this through here. Okay. My guess is one, his wife's really mad at him, obviously. You come to me.
Yeah.
I'm here at our house in Park City. You come to me.
Yeah.
Let's do this counseling and then get out of here. That's the
For
only
a day
way
on a Sunday in Park City?
During the draft. Friday,
none of that
Thursday,
makes any
Friday.
sense. No.
That makes perfect sense.
He was working Thursday and Friday. It was only Saturday.
Exactly. So he had to go in, go back out.
No.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Some small news trickling out about NBA expansion. Article in Bloomberg yesterday noting that the league has received signs of interest from multiple investor groups saying a Las Vegas team is drawing more interest from prospective owners than Seattle early on. Is that horrible news? No, it's not at all. It makes perfect sense. Why? Vegas is going to have multiple suitors. Seattle's probably going to have, they may have more than one, but only one who's got a real chance to buy this thing. I don't know how another group could really challenge Samantha Holloway and her One Roof Sports and Entertainment Group because they own the arena. Any other bidder would need to rent from them. This is exactly what you would expect.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Vegas, you're going to have, you could have a little war over that team, a little bidding war, I think.
Yeah.
Multiple people. So, but yeah, I think Seattle's, I'm not going to say it's set, but it's
set.
It's set.
I would think the league is desperately trying to drum up some competition, but that's about it.
I'm very careful with my wording on this because we've talked about this for almost 20 years now.
I get it.
And so you don't want to jinx it.
Well, they did say a vote probably would not take place in July at the next Board of Governors meeting, but by the end of 2026. So that's it. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. That's Brian Walters, who's with me today, former Seahawk legend, wide receiver extraordinaire, one of those guys who is just incredibly athletic. Watch him hit a baseball, hit a golf ball, whatever it is. He's just one of those guys. Everyone knows one. Lyle and I were talking about it earlier. Everyone knows someone like you who's just good at everything. It's obnoxious, quite frankly.
I'm gonna steer this conversation. Happy birthday, Salk.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
That's very nice of you to say. All right. Well, the Mike Vrabel story is by far the weirdest in the NFL. It's not the only bizarre story with weird twists and turns coming out of the draft, because 3,000 miles away from New England, another team is just blowing the PR left and right. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
I loved the pick of Bud Clark, but only in hindsight. Like you, Bump, he was not. It wasn't that he wasn't on my radar.
He wasn't on your radar?
Well, no, I'll say it's not that I looked at it and thought, what a horrible reach.
Right.
Like,
He's a smooth safety, very aggressive, attacks the football. Once you put on the film, it makes sense. He feels the football when it's in the air. He just has a radar of the football field that a safety needs when you're a freelancer back there roaming around.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2. Only on Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up and test your luck for a chance to win up to $10,000 in cash. That's right, folks. Every Saturday in May from 7 p.m. till midnight, there'll be two winners every hour. Pick the lucky rubber ducky and walk away with 10 grand. It's Duck Duck Win. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Upgrade your comfort and cut utility costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors plus $1,000 off whole projects while taking 12 months to pay with no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 30th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all.
That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I really want to have the most amazing customer experience. I want people to be excited.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Go ahead, take the leap. Upgrade your pad with Snohomish PUD. Trim your energy costs and cozy up your home with rebates on windows, insulation, heat pumps, and more. Get the jump on comfort and savings you'll enjoy for years. Snohomish PUD has helped customers save energy and money for over 45 years. Don't wait. Hop over to snowpud.com/rebates.
Mariners and Twins tonight in Minneapolis. First pitch at 4:40, 3:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. One of our most popular services is our match-up service, where we use your old door as a template to create a new door in your existing frame. Whether you need an interior or exterior door, this is a great way to change out your doors DIY style. And as long as we have what you need in stock, we currently have available space without a long wait for our same-day match-up service. Please visit us in Shoreline, where there's plenty of good parking. Also, check us out online at franklumber.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Are you looking for a job or perhaps a better job? We're hiring at Pacific Power Batteries with formal training about batteries of all types, customer service, and safety in the workplace. If you're tired of some crappy job where you are now, visit PacificPowerBatteries.com. After 90 days, you'll be eligible for a paid health insurance premium, a health savings account, our bonus program, paid vacation, and more. Or stop in and talk with a store manager at Pacific Power Batteries, where good people sell reliable batteries. Come on by.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
When I think back on the 2026 drafts, the story that will be the weird, I mean, after the whole Mike Vrabel thing with Diana Rossini, but after that, by far the weirdest story is everything involving Ty Simpson and the Rams. It is so strange. Brian Walters is here with me today, former Seahawks wideout, and this story has had some funny twists and turns, and we kind of keep updating it, feels like every day. And maybe that's what it has most in common with the Vrabel story, is that the team /PR/ whoever won't let it die. Every time you think, okay, this story is probably dead, something else happens, right? It was the weird dual reports from ESPN, Peter Schrager on Vrabel. He's going to be in constant contact. No, wait, he's not going to be in contact. So, all of that stuff was, it just keeps giving the story legs. And now this Ty Simpson story has more legs as well as we get another day where more information comes out. So we've had the weirdness of them taking him to begin with. You've got McVay looking like he wanted to kill somebody during each press conference. You've got the sound of McVay telling the world that the best thing he has going for him is that it's still Matthew Stafford's team. You have the awkward phone call where he told McVay through tears that they were going to, what was it? We're going to shock the world?
Yeah.
We're going to shock the world. He's like, yeah, no. So like,
Go shock the world, coach.
no. Anyway, so then it comes out. Then there was the whole story about whether or not they had met or talked to each other, and the kid hadn't heard from Matthew Stafford, only from Stafford's wife. And then there was a question of whether or not McVay was just so mad because he had never even met with this kid or anything like that. Well, Ty Simpson, who originally said that he had not talked to McVay, yesterday said, wait a minute, actually, I did. It was just a secret.
We tried to keep this, under wraps as long as we could. It was something to where I knew they were interested, but, they wanted to, make it private and didn't want people to know that, they were interested. So I had some secret meetings with, Coach McVay, and, I just was trying to be on script and, do what, everybody told me and not to tell anybody. So, it was something to where I knew that they were interested. I just didn't know when. And then, sure enough, I had a lot of confidence in myself, and that's why I decided to come out. If it wasn't them, I felt like that it was going to be somebody else.
You believe him?
Well, of course they were interested. I mean, isn't Snead good friends with his dad?
Right.
I mean, but it's just such a weird thing. Like, well, who cares? Why? Why do they think they had to change that story? I mean, who cares if you didn't talk to McVay? Who cares if you had secret meetings with McVay? Like, that's why I don't understand. Why are they going back and forth on this?
I'm going to guess. It's funny. He actually sounds a little bit believable there. Like, I think hey, they told me to keep it quiet. I don't know why you would need to keeping it quiet after the draft.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, maybe he's, he's a 22-year-old kid or whatever, and he doesn't really understand how those things have changed. Like, I can kind of buy that. Why do you keep bringing out more parts of the story? Well, I think the biggest reason is it looks like Sean McVay is not on the same page as the rest of the team. And I think this at least is aimed to give you the impression that there's not like a giant chasm between the head coach and the rest of the organization.
I just think it's odd that going into a draft, thinking about drafting a quarterback in the first round, that you think you have to keep that secret. It doesn't make sense to me. You would expect a coach to be all over meeting with this guy, trying to learn about him. That's a normal thing.
It's too important.
It's too important. So why would you feel that in the first place you had to hide those secret meetings?
Yeah.
Maybe so a team that liked Ty Simpson doesn't jump up.
Or in case you don't draft him, you don't want an angry Matt Stafford, but you're going to get an angry Matt Stafford if you do draft him.
Yeah, that's just that's
it's odd. So DJ Daniel Jeremiah going to join us in an hour, and we will ask him about all this. But here's what he said yesterday.
I understand it from all sides, especially the longer you get away from it. My biggest takeaway on this whole thing is this is going to be a fascinating case study on sample size. Even the people that argued for Ty Simpson to be a top half of the first round pick versus those of us who thought he was a second round pick, we said the same things about him as a player. We agree on the strengths that he showed. We agreed that from the footwork, the release, the ability to work through progressions, we agree on all that stuff. The difference is there's a large group of people, not just, me and other people doing this on television, but a lot of teams that are fascinated to see this is going to buck the trend. If this is successful of this limited sample size, the 15 starts, we just haven't seen it. We haven't seen somebody be successful.
Yeah. So this is sort of getting back to what Brock said last week, which is there just aren't quarterbacks that don't start until their last year, start 1 year, and then become great pros. Let's remember, this guy sat for 2 years behind Jalen Milroe. Yep. And we saw what Jalen Milroe looked like last year. It was not quite ready for primetime. I still hope he ends up there. But this guy sat for 2 years behind Milroe.
It takes time. It takes time for the game to slow down for you at every single level. And you can go, I mean every single level. And I'll go back junior high to high school. Well, that jump was big. You needed a sophomore who is starting or someone who's starting their senior. The game's still fast. Now, college or high school to college, Again, it takes time. It takes a couple seasons before the game slows down. It feels normal to you. Same with this situation. Ty Simpson, 15 started games. It hasn't slowed down for him yet. That's what you have to look at. So to make that jump to the pros, that's why it's so difficult. And that's why you like the quarterbacks that have started 2, 3, 4 years because, well,
just playing time.
It. They're ready. It's playing time.
And we've talked about that in the NFL, like whether it's Sam Darnold or Geno Smith or Baker Mayfield, any of these guys that have kind of had mid-career turnarounds. Some of it is just reps. Some of it is system and coaching and all of that, but some of it is just straight up reps. It takes a while. I don't know. So I'm trying to put that in context with, okay, well, he's not going to get to play for the Rams for a while. Do you look at that as a positive for him and the Rams and say, well, yeah, he hasn't played a lot, but he's not going to have to play for a while, so you got a while to kind of build him up? Yes, but he's not going to get to actually play in games either. So when is he actually going to be ready and had the experience of how quickly the game moves at this level? I just think it's a mess, and I enjoy the fact that it's a mess. And here's Joel Klatt with more.
Because once we get from his starting, bookends, you're talking about his last year in high school in 21 to potentially starting in the NFL in 2028, 2029, and only 15 starts in between. That's 6 or 7 years of football, and I can tell you firsthand, there is no position in sports that is more important than quarterback, and there's no position like it because you can't replicate it in practice. Like, you have to get game reps to get better. Just period. And, 3 preseason games are not going to do it. That's my biggest concern.
And he's definitely not going to get those and didn't have them in college. So, yeah, 509 points out Cam Newton, right? Cam had the one big year. You're right. Again, it's not like it's impossible. Right. Cam is a bit of an outlier because of his size and his speed and his legs and all of it. Ty Simpson doesn't have Cam Newton's anything, really. He doesn't have Cam Newton's whole thing.
Yep. I think what Klatt said there is incredible, actually. 7 years and played 15 games. You can't get better by doing that. And again, like he said, quarterback is the one position. It's so easy to sit back there in a different color jersey in practice. And I say so easy lightly, just so we all know. I say so easy very lightly compared to the games. It's easy for them to sit back there in a different color jersey knowing they're not going to be hit, knowing there's no one. The defender's going to get yelled at if they get anywhere near him, right? And you can just get a pick apart of defense and sit back there. Now, getting those game reps is huge, is the biggest thing for a quarterback, and making everything slow down for you, and getting 15 of those.
All right, so let me ask you this: you're a quarterback, okay? Put yourself. You're a quarterback coming out of college. Not the whole 15 games in college, but you're a quarterback coming out of college. You're a first-round pick. Do you want to play right away for a mediocre to poor team and learn the hard way? You're probably going to get hit a fair amount. You're not going to have a tremendous amount of talent. You're going to have to throw a lot because you're going to be behind a fair amount. Or do you want to go the Patrick Mahomes route where you get to sit for a year or so behind an Alex Smith type and watch and learn and then come in another year?
Well, this is a loaded question because as an athlete, as a player, you don't want to sit at all. You want to get out there and be thrown into it, and you think you can change it. You do. You think you can go in there? This team's going to be good because I'm the quarterback. Like, that's the confidence you want in that guy. Now, realistically, the correct thing to do is to sit, is to wait, is to learn from Matthew Stafford, is to learn the system. So you know the system like the back of your hand. So when you're finally thrown in there, you have a higher chance for success. So you're not just learning it.
So you think that you can learn in a year, you could learn more without playing than playing every week and getting all the starter reps?
If done right, absolutely.
Why?
Because you have trial and error. And look, yes, practice is practice, but it still helps. It's still fast. Practice in the NFL is still fast. It is still a fast-paced game, and it's faster than a college game. Guys are competing for a job. There's money on the line. Guys are earning their job every single day.
How many reps do you think this kid could possibly be getting during practices in LA?
Do you count scout team as a rep? Yes.
I don't know.
absolutely.
Do you? I've never taken a scout team rep.
I would count.
I was always too good for scout teams. So
there's only so many things an offense can do. So, but you still want. Yes, I would.
Scout team reps
I would
count.
actually say this. I would say this is a tough one because you can argue that scout team what's so valuable about it is you're going against that number one defense every single day. You're going against the studs. You're going against the stars. So and you're going to argue your scout team's not as good. So you're actually going against a far mediocre,
superior
opponent, and you're trying to pick them apart. And a lot of times that's where people make names for themselves. They go, man, scout team, look what he did on scout team. And that's when guys really rise to the top. So I can argue that a scout team, you can get better doing that.
Okay.
Now, obviously, he will get some reps. They do. Second-string quarterbacks do get some reps, maybe 10% of them, because you do have to get ready to play every week the same way. You have to prep like you're going to play every week. And that might be the most important part for him, is learning how to prep like a professional, seeing how Matthew Stafford preps, being ready to get thrown in that game whenever Matthew Stafford is hurt, because you know right now that could happen.
So that's the next part of this conversation is, what does Matthew Stafford do? How does he react? So far, he's been quiet. We've seen this whole story play out a couple of times now in Green Bay. First with Brett Favre, who decided to retire. I'm not sure what I want to do every year. And then with Aaron Rodgers, who essentially did the same thing. Hey, guess what? Aaron's doing it again this year in Pittsburgh. He said he would tell everybody by draft day whether or not he was going to return. And oh my God, it's April 28th and he hasn't. Go figure. Here's Mike Tomlin. He doesn't think it's an issue.
Man, if you got a gun to my head, I'd say it's AR. I just think, Aaron, being around him for the 12 months that I'm around him, he got a love affair with the game of football. And not only the game, but the process. The informal moments, the development of younger guys, the interaction with teammates. I think he has an addiction to that, and there's only one way to feed it. And certainly he is still capable and in really good shape. And so I think at the end of the day, he'll play football.
See, he might be right, but I truly, in my heart of hearts, believe the only thing Aaron Rodgers is passionate about is himself. I don't think he's that passionate about anything else other than himself. I think he just loves him some Aaron Rodgers. He loves that we're talking about him. He loves that he has control over an entire organization and that they have to wait for him and that he has to make them beg and wait. I think that's truly, at his core, the only thing Aaron loves.
Likes to be wanted, wants to be seeked out. Yeah, that's exactly what Aaron Rodgers is
I'm not
doing.
a psychologist, but for somebody that doesn't have a relationship with his family, it sure does seem like he's attention seeking.
Yeah, and going to Matthew Stafford real quick.
Okay.
How can he be? Here's where I go, come on, Stafford. Like, you can't be upset at this. And he may not be. I don't know. Maybe he just hasn't reached out. Maybe he has reached out. They're just keeping it secret.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, that they do these secret meetings. But he threatened to retire last year. And I say threatened. He was, it's for his best interest, his family, all that stuff. The Rams can't count on him to be there every single year. I'm sorry, they can't.
So I agree with you, because that's always been my argument with Favre and Rodgers and all that. Like, hey, if you're going to kind of go back and forth, then you write your own check here.
Exactly.
But how do you think that Matt Stafford, like most people, do you think he understands that his actions have consequences like that? Because it feels like you get to a certain level and first overall pick, he's always been the starting quarterback his whole career, that he just would never even dream that his actions have those level of consequences.
I think that since he is a young 38 years old, that he has to realize that now teams start to worry about him. And they've already started to worry about him, probably about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That when you get to that 35, probably for Matthew Stafford, you worry that he cannot last an entire season. There's that number. The number thing, no matter what you put on the field, no matter what you do in the offseason, no matter what kind of work you put in, no matter how good you look, that number is always there and cannot be changed. And people will, and your front office, your team, everyone will always say, can he make it? We need a contingency plan. And that's what this is.
Well, yes, although I would say this goes beyond contingency, because the other side of it is, but you could have had Kenyon Sadiq, who would have been a legitimate weapon, and maybe we go back to another Super Bowl. Instead, you're planning for your future. And I think that's why McVay is upset as well, because the two of them don't want to be around forever. They don't want to be around by the time this guy is ready to go. They want to win at least one more Super Bowl before then. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, well, no Brock Heward today. Still Brian Walters with me this morning, former Seahawk wide receiver. Brian, which NFC teams are now the biggest threat? Post-draft, post-free agency, I'm sure the Rams are still there. But after the Rams, who are the biggest threats right now in the NFC?
The Rams, yes, 100%. 49ers, yes, 100%. I'll stay out of the NFC West because we know that is the premier conference or division in the NFL, and those teams are going to be battling each other all season. So I'm going to go to a team that obviously has a fantastic reputation. They always seem to draft well. Had a little down year last year. I guess you can call it a down year, but it's Philadelphia Eagles. That's who I'm going to go. I'm going to go. New OC coming in, who is Sean Mannion, I believe. Help Jalen Hurts. You got a little A.J. Brown drama. They're going to sort that out. He's going to be gone. He's going to be traded. You draft the new wideout, Mekhi Lemon. You still have the pieces there. You go up and down this roster. It's so talented. And you know that the tight end they drafted, it was the guy from Vanderbilt, Eli Stowers, something like that. He's a freak. He jumped 45 inches. So they're putting pieces alongside so that he'll play right next to Dallas Goedert. The Eagles are stacked, and you know how they are up front. So that team worries me a little bit, especially with the new OC. Maybe a guy that can really play into Jalen Hurts' hands, really open up the field a little bit more for him. So I'm going to go Philadelphia Eagles will be a threat to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, they just picked up the 5th-year option on both of those defensive linemen, both Jalen Carter and what's the other guy's name? The edge rusher.
They signed Jonathan Greenard.
Edge rusher. Come on now.
Got some wideouts now. They got Wicks.
Not Brandon Graham, right?
No, they're young edge rusher.
Young edge rusher for the Eagles.
Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. You guys don't care.
I think they're there, though.
It doesn't matter. Question number 2. Let's just move it along since my memory's not great. All right. Morris sent this over earlier. Jackson Smith and Jigba accounted for 62% of the targets for the Seahawks last year. Second highest of any player behind the guy he was drafted right in front of, Zay Flowers. You want 62% of the targets for JSN? Is that about the right amount? Do you want it to go up even higher, or do you want it to come down?
I wanted it 100% JSN. I want JSN to touch the ball as much as he can, especially, and here's the key. The key to this is he has a 73% catch percentage. And that's every single pass thrown his way. That's not even the catchable passes, okay? And that's balls thrown out of bounds.
Sure.
So that's a higher, that actually is realistically higher, probably 75 to 80% is his catch percentage when targeting him. You just won the Super Bowl. You just put up, 1,700 plus yards in a season. Whatever you did, keep doing that because it's working. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't worry about a target share unless that number drops, unless that completion percentage starts dropping, unless your offensive output starts dropping, then you go, okay, teams are taking this away and they're going to make us go somewhere else. But I believe give the ball to your playmaker. That's exactly what the Seahawks are doing. They're putting him in the right spots to succeed, and he's made all the catches. I mean, he had a drop rate of under 1% on all this. So it's working. So I would say keep doing it. Give it to him more.
Nolan Smith, by the way. So I was trying to think of
That's who,
before.
Gotcha.
Thank you. It was Nolan Smith, other Georgia guy that they also picked up the 3rd-year or 5th-year option on. Yeah, 62%. It does seem a little hot if you're going to spend the amount of money they did elsewhere, I would say. I'm not saying that I want to see it drop to 40%, but I certainly wouldn't want it to go up too much higher. You got to get value out of all the other guys that you spent money on. 62%. I don't think I would want it too much higher. Question number 3.
Give him the rock. Give him the rock.
All right, rookie minicamp coming up this weekend. You've been to rookie minicamp, I assume. What can a player realistically show a coaching staff at a rookie minicamp?
This is all about the guys that don't have contracts yet, that are tryout guys. There's a lot of those guys that come in and they're trying to make a name for yourself. So I talk about growing up, going to like a basketball tryout, going maybe a hockey tryout.
It's time of the season.
You go and you're trying to make that select team or whatever it is, and it's chaos in those tryouts. People are taking the ball, you're not getting it back. They're shooting from everywhere. They're trying to make a name for themselves. That's exactly what this rookie mini camp is. These guys are coming in and they say, this is my only shot. This is all eyes on me. I have to make a name for myself. And you're looking for that big play. Whether you're a lineman, a tight end, whatever it is, a wide receiver, you have to make that standout play. You have to do something that puts yourself above the rest, where coaches go, oh, look at that. Look what he can do. Maybe it is worth the invite to the next step in this. And that's what rookie minicamp's all about. The guys that are signed, the guys that are drafted, just don't get hurt. Wait until you're with your teammates. Wait until and I'm not saying don't go hard. I mean, you're still learning the playbook and stuff, but it's just not worth it to them because you have guys out there trying to do extra things.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about rookie minicamp.
That is today's Blue 88. Thank you to Brian Walters for a couple of days of Blue 88 greatness. Really good answers there, and relying on your history and experience in the game. As a member of the media, I don't know that I'm going to be able to make it out to rookie minicamp this week. I'm trying to, but I don't know that I'm going to get out there. Moore is right. When we went out there that first time and just saw Abe Lucas, we were just like, whoa. Because if you remember that year, they had drafted the left tackle in the first round, and you're like, yeah, thank you, Charles Cross. And you're like, okay, we got to go out and see Charles Cross. Like, they just drafted this guy in the top 10, and he looked fine, and obviously he's been a great player. But when you looked over, like, whoa, who's that dude? Like, oh, that's Abe Lucas, 4th round pick, like 3rd round pick. Like, yeah. I want to see more of that guy. And sure enough, both of them have turned into really, really good tackles. All right, I'm sure that you are a big podcast guy, much like I am. As a matter of fact, yesterday, Cecily was sitting on the bench, and someone was like, hey, I heard your dad hosts a podcast. And she was like, well, kind of, and sort of explained. And I'm like, it wasn't that long ago that being told that you host a podcast would have been a little insulting. Now it's like, well, I'd rather host a podcast than a radio show. Like, it's a lot more excitement and name brand value to that. But I don't know how much time any of us have spent listening to or perhaps watching the video version of the San Clemente podcast. It's about to play a major role in your life. All right, well, not quite, but there's some good sound, and it's next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. And if you've been dreaming of that new deck, you got to get a hold of PCF. Call them before the great weather arrives and their schedule gets totally filled up. With a new deck, patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy the outdoors year-round no matter what the weather brings. And for a limited time, how about this? Get 50% off demolition costs up to $5,000 when you book your project with PCF. Contact People Come First Construction Group for all the details. They designed and built our outdoor living space, and we love it. Start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build this summer. Planning, permitting, and construction can take a little time, so get started today. Get project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and look at all the offer details at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place. With People Come First.
Are you interested in investing in real estate in the greater Seattle market, but don't want to manage properties, develop real estate, or sign on debt? Hi, it's Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Find out why over 800 local investors have invested over $200 million in our Legacy family of funds. Legacy Northwest Fund returned over 12% in both 2007 and 2008. Are you looking at diversification opportunities, especially with what's happening in the market this year? Get in touch with us today. Legacy's family of funds has a limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investment performance based on average return of LOF1, LOF2, and LSF from 2007 through the date of calculation and after deduction of fees and expenses. Legacy family of funds investments are available to accredited investors only.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 25% off windows and doors or 12 months, no payments, and no interest. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeservice.com.
At Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland, they have a ride made for the young and the ambitious. Lease the 2026 Corolla for just $209 a month or the Corolla Cross for $269 a month, both for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or level up to the Camry Hybrid for $289 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the...
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's see. Daniel Jeremiah coming up in 30. We will get his take on the Seahawks draft. Brian Nemhauser, Hawkblogger, at 9:30 this morning. So, getting back to a bunch of that over the course of the morning. I mentioned that we were going to hit up the famed San Clemente podcast. Now, that's not a normal part of my daily routine, but it is for Maura. Maura consumes more media than anybody I know. And I will tell you about the San Clemente podcast. Maybe you've been to San Clemente, California, kind of northern Orange County, I believe, or southern Orange County, rather. I forget. It's kind of in that area. Anyway, the San Clemente podcast is a show centered around the people, culture, and stories that make this town what it is. It's hosted by local entrepreneur. By the way, everyone in LA is a local entrepreneur. Jeff Moore and former NFL player Brian De La Puente. Each episode features real conversations with the voices shaping San Clemente, from surfers and athletes to business owners and community leaders. So I wasn't necessarily expecting to see Sam Darnold on the San Clemente podcast, but he was. And so it turns out there's some really good stuff on here, and Maura was nice enough to find it all.
He was really gracious with his time. He did like an hour and a half with them.
And I was just looking at
He's from there, right?
He's from that area. Yeah. And I was just looking and I was like, oh man, like 300 people watch this on YouTube. Like it's not a huge listening or viewing audience in general. Not that we should talk. It's not like we're Mr. Beast over here or anything, but like, anyway, good for Sam Darnold for doing this and helping out what I'm sure is a friend and talking about his city. But along the way, he ends up discussing Mike Macdonald and the cultural shift that took place here. And specifically, he mentions those walk and talks, which we addressed quite a bit over the course of the year. If you remember, these walk and talks were essentially pairings of two players that wouldn't ordinarily hang out with each other. I think the one that was talked about a lot was Michael Dixon and was it Jaron Reed? I forget. It was a D lineman. Maybe it was Leonard Williams, but it was one of the D linemen and the punter. And you're like, okay, like, and they became friends and they got to know each other and they learned kind of what their why was. Why are you playing? How did you get here? And, you know, I think there was a thought by the end of the year that it really ended up helping bring this team closer together.
Darnold explained in this too. I didn't cut that part, but he said they even mixed up coaches too, like offensive.
Oh, so coaches were a part of it. Oh, well, that's good to know. I didn't even realize that. Well, here's his description of what happened.
I think these like walk and talks where we're like hanging out with each other helped a lot.
Were they kind of? Did you feel forced at the beginning? Like
at the beginning, for sure.
Like this is stupid.
At the beginning, I know
you got these set of questions, like, but then I would imagine that
there was a little bit of me that felt that way for sure, and I think that's just human nature. Like I think I was just witnessed San Francisco, like we never did that with the 49ers, and we ended up going to the Super Bowl. So I was like, we don't have to do this to make it, but like we did it in our own way. And Coach Mike and his staff, like especially Coach Mike, like he had a thing that he wanted to do and a mission that he was on, and he committed to it, and he committed to that message of delivering it to the players. And we really, as players, we took it and ran with it. And I think that's where, as a coach, like that's where you become really proud of the team that you've kind of created.
I think it's a tremendous insight into what it's like to be a player with a new coach or a player on a new team and having to do something that feels stupid. Why do you think it ended up working? And why do you think these players went, because I'm sure he's not alone, just remembering back to when Scott Service introduced his spring training meetings, which had a similar idea behind them. And the veterans were all like, screw this. Like, I didn't want any part of it. They're like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm not doing this. And it took a lot of time for them to buy in. What do you think ultimately made this work?
I think the coach's commitment to it is what makes it ultimately work. And I say that where I've been on some teams, I shouldn't say all teams, some teams where a coach has this grand idea at the start and he sells this to the players and he's all in. And you're kind of, as a player, it takes a little bit for you to kind of buy into whatever it may be. So let's just say in Jacksonville, we did personality tests for everybody, right? We all learned about our personality. How do we learn things? You know, you take all the 100 questions,
different color cards and all that.
Yeah, we talk about it in groups. And we're all kind of like.
Who was the coach for that?
It was Gus Bradley.
Okay.
And it was kind of like, what are we doing? And the reason no one bought in is because once we did that, like for like 1 week, 2 weeks, it was gone.
Right.
We didn't do anything with that ever again. It was just a waste of time. We didn't learn anything from it. We didn't keep following up on it. We didn't keep, acting on it. We didn't use what we learned about ourselves and our teammates to make each other better teammates. And the coach forgot about it. And it's the coach's duty, if he wants something, if he is committed to something, to keep the team committed to that. So with these walk and talks, these players probably don't buy in right away. Like Sam Darnold said, it's like, this is kind of dumb. This is kind of awkward, honestly. I don't need to do this. Let's play football. But as a coach buys into it and keeps you accountable to it, you start to get more and more out of it. You start to, now, for your punter defensive lineman analogy, it's like, now Michael Dixon can go up to guy and be like, dude, good practice. Like he feels a little bit closer to him. He's learned something about his teammate. But that doesn't happen over one little walk and talk.
Right. You've got to continue it.
Continue.
And I would think that takes on the coach's part a fair amount of not just commitment to it, but even betting on it a little bit. Because if it doesn't work, you've wasted a lot of time, and you're probably not going to be all that successful as a coach. So you've got to truly believe in what you're doing. I kind of went the same direction as you. Like, okay, this only works because of the passion and commitment of the coach to make it happen. But Darnold mentioned another reason why it worked.
And they're not just like older guys that just keep their head down and go to work. Like, they're trying to pick guys up and lead by example, and they lead, vocally as well. But it's so special to have a group like that where you can have like this leadership. Yeah. Or like, we all meet with Mike, and maybe Mike delivers a message, and we're like, we weren't necessarily feeling that one. Or like Mike delivers a message, which is what usually happens. And we're like, oh, dude, like, we really liked what you said there. Like, I think you can just continue to hammer that home with the guys. Like, right. And then now you have guys in the locker room where like you might get one guy from a position group who's like a rookie. He's like, man, what is Mike talking about with that? And then you have older guys that are like, bro, like, this is what he's talking about. This is what will help us win. Like, shut up and just do your job. Yeah, exactly. And so like, to have older guys that are, that want to win and do things the right way, like that's incredibly helpful.
So yes, obviously the passion and commitment of the coach, but if you don't have a group of veterans that are willing to carry his message forward, I don't see how it works. I also found it interesting that Mike didn't have captains. I mean, he did for each game, but it wasn't like, okay, these are my 4 captains all year long. He had, what does he call it? His veteran committee?
Leadership council.
Leadership council. Thank you. And that leadership council was tasked with carrying that message throughout the team.
How many guys were on this leadership council? Do we know this?
I don't think we know.
We don't know exactly.
I don't know.
And I bring that up because I had a leadership council once. And when was this? College. We weren't very good. But this leadership council, and so I agree with it. I think it's a good idea. I think it's when you have guys that are accountable, when you have guys that will enforce what the coach wants. But this leadership council kept growing. We started with 6 guys, and then all of a sudden it went to 10 guys, and then it was like 15, and then it was like everybody's on this leadership council and doesn't do anything.
Right.
So I think I like the idea of it, but you have to keep it to a small window where it is pretty much it's your captains, and so there's just a different way to look at it that way. But I do like that idea. I like it when players have the ability to say like what he said. Hey, coach, that message didn't hit. We didn't like that message, or coach, awesome. Like, let's pound that. I think everyone's we can get on board with this. And if you send this message like that, we will help this. We will help land this with everyone else, with our position groups, with everyone that I'm tasked to really accepting your message. And that's what I do like about a leadership council.
Well, and in football where you have such a large group of people, that council I think just becomes more and more important. We always try to figure out who's the leader. Well, with 53 and really it turns into closer to 90 guys. Like you can't just have one leader. You can't just have one guy. People need to reach into all these different parts of the locker room. So I don't
know if it's grown, but I found a clip from back in 2024 when Mike Macdonald first got here. He said there were 9 members.
Okay.
I like that.
So that's got to be, it's a little more than 10% of the team.
Yeah.
Right? It's like 10 to 15% of the team. Does that sound about right?
Sounds good. That's not about... Yeah, that's just a little less, obviously, in every position group as far as what you got, O-line, quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end, 5 on offense, probably about 5 more on defense, 4 more on defense. So it's about right.
Yeah. I love it. I enjoy hearing the way Mike has committed to all of this stuff. Obviously, it gets easier now that you've won a Super Bowl. In some ways, obviously, the NFL gets harder. But once you've won, you have a little more credibility to be able to say, like, hey, guys, I did this already and we won a Super Bowl. So, clown around if you want, but it's already worked. The impressive part is getting guys to buy into this before you've really had any success. But, of course, the irony is you can only have success if you buy into some of these things. So it's hard to win the first one. Kudos to Mike Macdonald. He got it done. We're going to come back, give you everything you need to know. Daniel Jeremiah will tell us what they've done in the draft to help them win the next one. Coming up in 20. I'm Brock Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
They needed a cornerback. We talked about that going into the draft. They drafted 3 of them.
Bud Clark, he told us, hey, I can play nickel, I can play corner, I can play safety. The same thing with Julian Neal, too. I mean, he's 6'2", 200. As far as giving out a grade, I don't know. What would you say? B+?
If you're going on addressing needs, I'd give him an A.
Yeah.
Now, are these guys all going to pan out? No. I hope those top 3 picks are going to be impact guys.
Only on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO, ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
A legendary night for a legendary arm. The one and only Randy Johnson.
Swing and a miss. He's got number 14.
See the big unit make more Mariners history on Saturday, May 2nd, as his number 51 is retired at T-Mobile Park. The first Mariners pitcher to throw a no-hitter.
Randy looks to the skies. That is covered by the dome and bedlam.
Win the Cy Young Award.
And there's 19. That is a new American League record by a left-hander.
And be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
The trade to Seattle set my career in motion.
He was dominant. He was intimidating. He was electric. Join us in celebrating the big unit for 2 great nights presented by T-Mobile. Friday, May 1st. Score your own number 51 on Randy Johnson 80s Jersey Night. And be there Saturday, May 2nd for Randy Johnson number retirement ceremony night.
Very proud to have played there for 10 years. Thank you, Seattle.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/big unit.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Mariners and Twins tonight in Minneapolis. First pitch at 4:40, 3:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple 1-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, so much for the Mariners being hot and the Twins being cold. Everything kind of flipped around yesterday on a rainy, miserable night in Minneapolis. Twins just took it to them. They scored early. They scored often. They shut down the Mariners' offense entirely. And they showed, like always, that momentum really is the next day's starting pitcher in this sport. Every game is just so different. Luis Castillo probably struggled the most badly, tagged for 7 runs. It only lasted 5 innings, although quite frankly, it was impressive that he got through 5. Cole Wilcox and Alex Hoppe also allowed runs. They mopped up. It became an 11-4 loss. It just wasn't good. If you're looking for any sort of positive, Cal hit his 7th home run.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on. That is destroyed into the Minnesota night. Way gone onto the concourse. Cal Raleigh, a massive homer. 2-run bomb. It's now 8-4 Minnesota.
Yeah, that was the good news, and that's about where the good news ended. Luis, as we said, kind of the biggest story in town today, and as Dan said, he just didn't have it.
The big blow was the homer, I think, and that was kind of the tough one. But I was really glad to see him go back out there in the 5th inning and get us that 5th inning, and I think that was an inning that he can really build on from there, and he finished strong.
I wasn't glad to see him go back in the 5th inning, and that's because I wanted the rain to pour in that 4th inning, and they call this game, and the Mariners get a little redo. That was what I was hoping for with that weather, but unfortunately didn't get that, and Castillo had to go back out in that 5th inning. Another tough start for Castillo. You just hope that they figure something out with him, whether it be mechanical, whether it be just something to get that velocity back and get that movement back, because he can still sling it, but unfortunately the Mariners are 1-4 in his last starts when you take away that opening, that his first start of the year against the Yankees.
Yeah, anyone buying that he figured something out and he's going to build off of what he did in the 5th inning, I'm going to probably struggle on that one. I'm going to buy it, Salk. I'm going to buy it. I have to buy it. I want to buy it. There's also a bridge in Brooklyn I've been looking to sell you if you're looking to buy that. Here is Dan. Also on the offense, which had its own problems yesterday against another high-powered lefty.
I mean, that's what he does, and it was more fastballs, kind of that first inning, and then kind of went to the breaking stuff. Kept us off guard in that way. Garv with the big base hit, to kind of get us at least on the board and kind of back into it a little bit. But throwing his off-speed stuff up there and using a lot of it, and it was just something that we weren't able to get onto early.
No, and again, that's been a bit of a trend, especially with the lefties, and we saw it again yesterday. They'll get back to it. Logan Gilbert and Joe Ryan, 440 first pitch from Minneapolis. M's fall back now to 2 games under 500.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Going through draft stuff, the ratings down just a tick. Maybe Mike Vrabel and Dana Rossini should have been a part of the coverage. That would have helped with the ratings. There were some reports. Peter Schrager originally said this.
He is away from the team. However, I've been told from Patriot sources that they are in constant contact with Vrabel throughout the day.
Yeah, and then it turned out that he had to say later, no, wait, they weren't in constant contact because he's supposed to be, not there so that he can work on his whatever problem he's having. He went to Salt Lake City. They got a house there, but then he was back at work on Monday. I'm still trying to figure out what counseling you do for one day on a Sunday in Salt Lake City? I don't get it.
I would have loved to see Peter Schrager's phone after he came out and said that they've been in constant contact. How many Patriots front office owner, whatever it is, just blew him up. Said, no, we are not in contact. Take that
sounds
back.
like a Stacey James thing right there.
Oh, yeah.
He's there, Dave Pearson, and I'm going to guess Stacey got after it right away.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, just maybe trying to calm any fears that would come with this Bloomberg article yesterday on NBA expansion. So it basically says that they've gotten interest from multiple investor groups, though a Las Vegas team is drawing more interest than a Seattle team. And again, you only need one. And I think that the strength of Samantha Holloway and her One Roof Sports and Entertainment Group, I just think it's going to scare anybody off because they own the building. Okay, I'm just trying to put myself, okay, you want to buy an NBA team. I'm going to spend $10 billion on it. And then I've got to rent the building from the person I just beat in the bid. And how do I have a guarantee of what that price is going to be on rent? So if I'm Samantha Holloway and you're like, okay, I just spent $10 billion and beat you in the bid. Okay, what's my rent? Well, where else are you going to go? So I can jack that rent up as high as I want. So I don't think this is a story, really. It's just that eventually she's going to own this team.
And it's definitely a misleading statement. I think it's easy to look at it and say, "Oh, how come no one wants the Sonics?" But that's not at all the case. The writing's on the wall. That's all it is. And Vegas, I think there's a ton of people, I'm sure, that are interested in that. And I don't know how you do it.
Casino owners down there, maybe.
How do you get? But how do you?
I'm sure they set up a hotline.
Yeah, they set up a hotline, potential buyers. But yeah, it's just a misleading article. I think the Sonics, the writing's on the wall.
These things have been. I'm sure this stuff has been wired for quite some time. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. That's Brian Walters. And we are going to continue to talk draft here. I've been waiting. I've been excited for this for a few days now. Daniel Jeremiah going to join us and give us the ultimate expert opinion. How did the Seahawks do? What happens next? Who's going to thrive from this class? All the best from Daniel Jeremiah coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Cal stays on his heater with another bomb.
That is destroyed. Cal Raleigh, a massive homer.
But the Twins nab the opener, ending the Mariners' 4-game win streak. Tonight, Logan Gilbert's on the mound for the M's, looking to get a new streak going.
A vicious splitter. Logan Gilbert lets out a yell.
Mariners Twins, 4:40 first pitch, 3:30 pregame. Listen free wherever you are. Only on one place, the Seattle Sports app.
All right, Mike Salk here, and I don't know whether you've been thinking about these GLP-1 injections if you're trying to lose some weight. It's not uncommon, but let's ask some questions first, right? Are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 a year and then stay on that medication long-term to maintain? Yeah, a lot of prescription weight loss medications, the injections especially, require weekly shots, and then when the medication is stopped, you regain a whole bunch of the weight. That's very common. Most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of the weight comes from muscle, and that can slow your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder. Look, at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, it's a totally different approach. Doctor-developed program. It helps people lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. It is all real food that you buy at the grocery store to reset your metabolism, control your hunger and cravings, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. You can come to the clinic in Kirkland, or you can do this remotely. That's what I did. Schedule your free consult. You can do it online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Keep the weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, why did you make the call to First Mark Insurance?
My company has grown to a space where we need a higher level of coverage. A couple of factors led me to say, boy, I really need to find something new, and First Mark really rang that bell.
First Mark save you and your business money?
Oh, yeah. They have decreased overall expense in a couple categories by up to 30%, coverage in a couple of areas by greater than 50%. They've offered coverage in 2 new categories that I think are pertinent for my business, and they've greatly impacted what that coverage and those margins look like.
Kind of wish you made the call earlier.
I absolutely do. Yeah.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
At Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland, they have a ride made for the young and the ambitious. Lease the 2026 Corolla for just $209 a month or the Corolla Cross for $269 a month, both for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or level up to the Camry Hybrid for $289 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
The Puyallup RV Show is back April 30th through May 3rd. Check out all the new and pre-owned models from 15 local dealers. Kids and parking always free. PuyallupRVShow.com.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'd put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rates reserved.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, DJ going to join us in just a moment or two. Daniel Jeremiah, Brian Walters, B. Walt. Everybody gets a nickname today with me in place of Brock for another hour and a half, which is good. And then we'll miss you for the rest of the week. It'll just be me tomorrow. And then I think our friend Greg Bishop is going to come in on Thursday and tell stories with us, which is always fun. But let's do it. I'm so excited about this. Finally get some real draft information from our guy, the greatest to do it, Daniel Jeremiah. DJ, how we doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. Like the
the sickness hasn't set in yet.
Good.
Normally you do these things and you end up getting a little sick, but I've fought that off, so we're doing good.
Well, let me introduce you to Brian Walters, who's sitting with me today in place of Brock, who is vacationing without us. So DJ, B-Walt, DJ.
What's up, man?
That's
DJ, good to see you again.
I'm sure you
Good
had
to
him in
see
your
you, brother.
top 150 the year he was drafted, right?
It's framed. I can't flip my camera around, but it's framed. The report's framed on the wall in here.
Scouting report. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I blame him why I didn't get drafted.
Yeah, that's probably DJ's fault. How'd the Seahawks do?
I thought they did well, man. I thought almost it was like a boringly good draft for the Seahawks. Like just hitting it just one after another. It just all kind of made sense. It all kind of flowed. They took what was there. I don't think they reached it all. And I thought they got a bunch of guys that can come help. So every year we do this and we talk about the picks you get excited about. I'll be honest with you, like they're going to love Bud Clark, man. Like Bud Clark's going to be outstanding in Seattle.
Hey, why didn't we talk about him? I mean, the only disappointment for me is like all the guys we talked about didn't really end up here other than Jadarian Price. And we'll come back and talk more about him.
Yeah.
We didn't really talk about Clark or Neal at all. Should we have talked about them and or why didn't we?
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you where I had them here. This is always the fun part of the deal because I like to see like where I had them versus where they went. So do you know what pick was Bud Clark?
64.
Yeah.
Bud Clark was my 58th player. So, I mean, you talk about the speed. He was great. The tape was good. He had an excellent week at the Senior Bowl. He had a ton of plays at the Senior Bowl. And then he ran 4.41. He just was, if he was 205 pounds, I think he goes even higher than that. He might've snuck into the first round. He's got so much production and he's just dripping with instincts. He's a really, really good player.
DJ, outside of the first or second round, and let's go Seahawks and the entire NFL.
Yeah.
Who's the player that you think we'll be talking about kind of come November as a big time impact player outside those first couple rounds?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can go with that. If I just wanted to go to the Seahawks, and I'll go outside their early picks. Look, I'd be curious to see if Bo Stevens ends up cracking the lineup there. That would be interesting to me to see if he ends up getting some play. What round was he taken in the fifth?
Fifth rounder.
Yeah, I think he's better right now. So I would feel comfortable with him versus Bradford. I think that would be an interesting thing to monitor going forward.
You like some of the value. You mentioned Bud Clark. Julian Neal is the other guy. These two have just come in and like they're both.
What pick was Neal?
Neal was 99. They traded back a couple spots, just 3 spots from 96, and took Neal at 99.
He was my 86th player.
Wow,
so that's pretty good value on a DJ standpoint for sure.
I mean, what do I know? But I mean, yeah, like that's a good spot to get him. I mean, look, you get a corner that's that big, that can run, that's got, he's an efficient mover. Like he's not the most smooth guy, but he's huge and he can carry verticals. He's got some recovery speed. He's, everything he did was efficient. So I thought that was good value.
Was Bo Stevens in your 150?
Yeah, I think he was here
because they took him at 148. So if he's in your 150,
Bo Stevens was 148.
Good.
Bo Stevens was my 137th player.
All right, and Jadarian Price, I think if I remember you right, you had it like 34 or 35.
Yeah, let me see here. Price was 34.
Yeah, I remember that from last week. Price was 34.
Impressive.
Chris Johnson was 35.
So, but does that make sense? How?
Need. Yeah.
Well, we'll get to Price here in a second, but doesn't that make sense though? Because when we talk about these teams, like when the draft's going on, like normally the teams you talk about are the teams that have taken somebody way earlier than they should, or teams that have gotten this just crazy value of like somehow they got the falling star. Like I love the Toledo safety, and he fell, to the Browns pretty significantly in the second round. But like the Seahawks, we didn't talk about him because I felt like just boom, boom, boom. They're just getting good value, good players all throughout the whole draft.
You think, Price we're expecting to jump in right away and contribute.
Yeah.
Can Bud Clark and Julian Neal make a contribution for this upcoming year?
Yeah, I think Bud for sure. I think absolutely you'll see him get on the field. He can play a couple different spots and do different things. So Neal, I think maybe more insurance and someone who's I think you'll see a better version of here once they get their hands on him, get to coach him, that you'll see a better version of him in year 2 and year 3.
Looking back in the entirety of this draft and all the teams really, and talking about where you had guys ranked and all the studies you've done on these guys, is there anyone on any team that you just said, I don't see it at that spot? Like, I don't know why they took him that early that you can think of.
Yeah, there's always ones like that. I mean, to me, Caleb Banks at 18 to the Minnesota Vikings, it was just that, like, I always talk about profiles, and I think all sports, when you're scouting, you talk about this is a really kind of a second round profile. It's a boomer bust profile. He's hurt the same foot twice. For a big guy, that always is a little bit of a concern. Only played 3 games last year. You go to the 24 tape. It's got some really good stuff in there, some high flashes, but there's inconsistency. Like that profile has always been kind of a second round boomer bust defensive tackle. And they took him at the 18th pick. Now they could hit it and then look like they've got Chris Jones, and they took a gamble and it was well worth it. But normally that's the risk you take in the second round.
Have you spend a lot of time on the tape and then talking to people. Like, would you have had any understanding or sense ahead of time that these 2 kids the Seahawks took were going to be as brash and physical, or as confident? And obviously you would understand the physicality, but the confidence that they showed in their meetings with the media? Because it was kind of the story here. Like, after Jadarian Price, like, they asked Bud Clark, to talk about himself and, like, hey, who are you?
I feel like I'm versatile. I'm a ball hawk. I'm getting to the ball every chance I get. I compete. I'm a competitor always.
So that was him. And then Julian Neal went even farther.
I'm the most physical corner in this draft class. I use my arms to my advantage. I use my length. I use my availability. Never gotten hurt. I've never missed a game in college from being hurt. I come down, I hit something. I'm going to go up and go get the ball. I'm getting interceptions. I'm pressing dudes at the line. I'm locking dudes up at the line. It's box time.
It's box time. Like, I don't think that we were expecting quite that level of confidence bordering on cockiness, but it was definitely a cool deal. Would you know about that type of stuff ahead of time?
I would say, first of all, was that your first radio interview, by the way, as well? Was that when you came in there when they were asking you, you interested in this job? Yeah. And you just came in there guns blazing like
Muhammad Ali. Yeah. Like, I'm the greatest radio host of all time. Yeah.
That's box time right now. Let's go. Put me on the air.
Number 1 ratings time. Let's go.
No, you know what's interesting is that and I don't know what phrase that they use, like play like a Seahawk or whatever mantra that they use there, but there's an edge that guys play with on great defenses. And when I was in Baltimore, we had a pretty good knack of being able to identify what that was and find that in guys. And you know what that sounded like to me, because that's the first time I've ever heard those clips. That sounds like to me of the confidence, not only in yourself, but there's also a little bit of anger in there of like, I should have gone way higher than I did. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of like that personal pride that those great players have, no matter where they were picked. I don't care if you were the 5th pick, those guys are ticked off and think it's ridiculous that they weren't the first pick. And that's how those guys are wired.
Happened to my dad last year in his over 70 softball league, picked in the 9th round and spent the rest of the year holding up 9 fingers after every hit to let everybody know. And this year went in the 5th round. So obviously proved it to everyone. From the Seahawks perspective, there was a little bit more thought that maybe this was a lesson they had learned when they had the Legion of Boom and drafted guys that came in and were a little intimidated or showed too much respect to the veterans, that if you're going to build a good team and sustain it, you can't come in and be in awe of the guys that are already there. You were in Baltimore when you were already having success, right? Is that a consideration? Is that something you got to look at?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to carry yourself like you'll get swallowed up by the alphas if you don't have some of that in you. You've got to have that, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you kind of identify. It's why we would, there's a lot of times we would go shopping for players at Miami, because during that era, it didn't matter who Miami had. Like, they all were going to be, brash, confident, believe in yourself, edgy type guys. So I think that's a key part of it. I don't know that there's that much difference in teams in terms of identifying the talent. And I would even throw the media in there. Like, most people, if you've done it long enough, you can kind of see who can move and, who's got instincts. But the difference is these teams that are consistently good, it's the wiring and the makeup and being able to dial in what fits, within your group and what makes a great team. So that's what that's what Seattle's done. I mean, they've done it now twice. They've built 2 different teams with edgy guys who match the way they want to play.
DJ, I feel like the Seahawks have always prided themselves in kind of taking the best player available in past drafts.
Yeah.
Do you see this draft being different for them, a different philosophy that they did? I mean, more drafted for need as opposed to the best player? Or do you think the dominoes just fell that way where needs were the best player?
Yeah, I think it married up. I think they were positioned where it just kind of married up. Now, I know they were, they were calling around about trying to get back. And I don't know if that was a situation where they thought, okay, yeah, we could move back, we could get out, but man, when you do the calculus and some of the teams that are starting to get mentioned with price late in the process, that they just didn't want to take the chance, or if it just never materialized where they got the offer that they wanted. But I do think we had talked about it the week of, maybe even the day before the draft, was how far back can you go and how far back would you be comfortable going? And I think they thought the regret would be greater of missing out on the player than missing out on the trade. So I just thought they managed it, and I thought it felt to them. I didn't think that it was sitting there saying, well, gosh, we've got 10 players graded higher than Price, and we're going to take Price because, we were screaming need at running back. I just think it happened to be that he was the guy at that time, and it was right in their ballpark.
The one thing they weren't able to do was get an edge guy. We spent a lot of time talking about those, and maybe that just means they like the guys that are available in free agency, because there are a lot of
There's still a bunch of them. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
There's a ton of them.
Fowler is out there, and Jordan
Bosa's
is out
still
there.
hanging out there.
Bosa's out there. Von Miller's out there. There's somebody else. Yeah. Kyle Van Noy. Like, there's a lot. Clowney.
Yeah.
Like, there are sort of a choose your favorite flavor option out there. The only other thought that, because all the guys we talked about for the edge were gone by the time they got to 64. Yeah. Would there have been any reason to trade up in the second round? And yeah, you wouldn't have ended up with 8 picks, but you might have ended up with an edge guy in the second round. That's the only other way I could have imagined this going.
Yeah, I think they're fine. They have a good group currently on campus, and I just think that the volume of the veterans that are still out there, and the fact that they don't factor into the comp pick formula anymore either, I think they want to bring in a good number of players, enhance their chances of hitting on some guys, but also just build out some more depth. Versus, I bet you that was part of the discussion, was who are these guys that are in that range that we could move up and get versus the group of veteran players that we just mentioned. And I don't think the difference was great enough for them to be able to part with all those picks.
You know anything about these last 4 picks? They're 6th and 7th rounders. So we're talking Emmanuel Henderson Jr. from Kansas, a wide receiver that plays special teams. Cornerback Andre Fuller from Toledo. Nose tackle Devin Eastern from Minnesota, not Eastern Minnesota, and cornerback Michael Dansby from Arizona. Any of those guys come across your radar at any point?
Yeah, I did all of them except for the corner, the last one there. So kind of going through those guys. Where is it here? Eastern. He's got length, so he had 34 and 1/8 inch arms. Thought he had some violent hands. I was just a little stiff and played high. Got controlled a little bit of the point of attack. I wrote down in my notes, swimming to nowhere. Like guys who love to swim, but then they're not going anywhere. So we got to work on that, clean that up a little bit. But he's big and long. Yeah. No, it is coachable. Fuller was the corner, right?
Yeah.
And they've done a good job at Toledo. Think about that. Quinyon Mitchell. We saw McNeil Warren go earlier in this draft. So their secondary, they've done a really good job with that. I had a higher grade on him than on Eastern. Outside, can find to play the ball downfield, stays on the hip. He can play the pocket when the ball goes up in the air. Just kind of average AA athletic ability and change of direction. He'll wrestle you, tackle you, physical kid. Just not a lot of ball production, only 1 pick. But I think he said he was someone who I had draftable.
Yeah, and he said he wants to go play special teams. Like that's what he wants. Wants to be a gunner. Yeah,
perfect. So those guys. I didn't do the Arizona corner. I admit it. Gosh, Arizona had those other 3 guys.
Yeah. Did you do Emmanuel Henderson, the wide receiver from Kansas?
Yeah. It definitely, it's like the names, right? The names connect, and I'm like, I know I've done that one, so let me find Emmanuel Henderson Jr. A lot of shovels and tunnel screens, a lot of quick hitters. He can really run. He ran 4.44. Had a little back hip pluck and run against Cincinnati, which was impressive. I just wrote not super polished, had some drops. He had 4 drops. So you got kind of a raw, speedy guy. That's another special teams type profile there. So that seems to be of that group of guys. They're hoping some of those guys can help on teams.
DJ, it's incredible how many players you have to scout and go over to get ready for the draft. So I'm curious, when does it start for next year? and do you give yourself any time? And also, where does it start? Like, how do you start this entire process?
You know, the sick thing is that, like, I already have like an itch because I saw some people already posting things on social media because next year's got some dudes. But I force myself that I'm like, it's a month. I'm not going to look. I don't want to watch any tape for a month. And then over the summer, I'll try and watch usually anywhere from like 40 to 50 guys. It's not a lot. It's just kind of the main names that you're going to hear about. So I have that year before reference point. And then I take a little bit of a break again until we get to usually like October, once they've started to accumulate some more tape. So I don't want to start watching a guy and have it be disjointed. I'm watching him one game here, then I'm trying to circle back another game there. I like to sit down and knock out like 3 or 4 games. So usually you've got some cupcakes or directional schools early in the schedule. By the time we get to October, I've got enough quality competition that I can really kind of start going. And I look at it as holidays. They just start ramping up. Like Halloween, it's like, okay, I better be kind of going here. When we get to Thanksgiving, it's like, oh crap. We get to Christmas, it's like, you better start humping this thing to get through it. So those are my check marks.
So as much fun as it is to talk about the Seahawks, it felt, again, I use the word workmanlike to describe their draft yesterday. It was kind of a workmanlike draft. They did what they needed to do. They filled their needs. As you said, each guy they took was right in about the right range. It all just kind of made sense. Then you have their biggest rival in the NFC West, the LA Rams, with what might be the most confusing draft we've heard, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. I will take the opportunity to play this sound one more time because I think it's hilarious. Sean McVay asked why they wanted Simpson.
Yeah, there was a lot of players that we liked, but when you do look at it, I think the thing you liked about the body of work is, let's make one thing clear. This is Matthew's team.
I can't get over that sound. The thing you like about the body of work is, let's make one thing clear, it's Matthew's team. Yeah. How big is the problem in LA?
Well, that was just my opinion. That was having met, I'm guessing that day, as it was reported with Stafford, I'm guessing that probably didn't go great because I've never heard of a veteran quarterback who's, in his position that's ever excited about somebody taking a pick at their position instead of somebody that can help them. So I'm sure that probably didn't go great. So he's got it in his mind of whatever you do, like I don't want to make Matthew any more upset than he already is. And so that's in the back of his brain the whole time. And the other thing is I've always, and you guys have been around forever, you know this, like there's always this good cop, bad cop. And every time and every team and every sport, it's always upstairs, downstairs. We're downstairs. If I'm a coach downstairs, hey, it's me. I'm with you guys. That's an upstairs thing. Like there's a separation there. The bad guys are upstairs because you don't have to deal with them. I got to deal with you every day. So I'm the good cop. They're the bad cop. And then I think they realized within 24 hours, like nobody's going to ever buy the fact that you took a quarterback without Sean McVay's blessing. Like there's nobody that's reasonable that's ever going to think that. So then I think it was kind of like we're kind of playing this role in that first part of the press conferences. And then now it's come back like, no, yeah, I endorsed him. We would never do this without me, which is exactly what happened.
But I want to go to the 49ers now. Let's stay in the NFC West. Are they reaching? Are all the rumors true? What everyone thinks? Are they reaching for draft picks? Is John Lynch kind of going somewhere people don't see?
Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I don't pay too much attention to what's going on with how other people rank players because I don't want it to ever cloud my judgment on stuff. And so that my first reaction was, wait, I wonder where I am versus the consensus on the consensus board. I'm like, wait, am I in the consensus? I don't even know. I don't know how that all comes together. But look, the first one they took in Stribling in the top of the second round, there was a lot of buzz on him late in the process. He was going to go in the top 40 picks. So that one, I know I was a little bit lower on him. I know probably the big boards probably had him a little lower, but he got a lot of heat late because he had all the athleticism. He met with teams and they were blown away by how smart he was and how he could play all 3 spots. So that wasn't, I think if they didn't take him there, they wouldn't have got him. So I don't fault him on that. Some other ones as they were going through, yeah, they were earlier than I would have had them. But hey, they're scouting for themselves and we'll see. I'm always loath to make predictions of this team got it right and this team got it wrong because who knows? We'll find out down the line.
We spent a lot of time talking with you about Jadarian Price before they ended up drafting him, but let's make sure we go back, because at the end of the day, this was their first-round pick. This is a guy that we all expect now to come in. Is he the starting running back game one of the season?
I think he's fully capable of being that. I would imagine so. And then you're going to kind of be able to ease Charbonnet back in. He can do everything you want to do. I think he's fully capable of being that guy. Vision, balance. He's got just a really good feel. His ability in the passing game, I think, is underrated. I think he's going to be able to do some things, catch the ball out of the backfield. He's got good hands from that standpoint. His thing is just going to be pass protection. I guarantee you from the first mini camp, that's going to be if you go out to practice, they're going to be really drilling that down and working with him on that. That would be the only thing that would keep him off the field early. It's just, he's got to get better in that department.
He was we talked to him on Friday. He's a really impressive kid. Like, we ended up having he came on the show. The other guys, that was all from their media availability, but we had Price on for 10, 15 minutes on Friday morning. Like, staggeringly mature. Like, just hearing his story and his mom and his uncles dying of gun violence, and then you try to put all of that with this kid that stuck around and had to tell his mom, hey, I'm staying at Notre Dame even though I'm being offered a lot more money to go elsewhere, and the loyalty. He really, just the character was just kind of blew us away.
Yeah, everybody loved him as a kid, for sure. And I remember talking to teams, I can't tell you the number of times, multiple times, but I was talking to teams that were in that top 10 range. And every time I would talk to them about, Love, like, is there a chance Love gets to you? Is there a chance you'd move up a little bit for Love? And inevitably, the discussion, they would always pivot towards Price and be like, you know what, if you told me we didn't get Love, but we came away with Price in the second round, we'd be almost as excited as we were if we got Love. Like, everybody, and they, to a man, said when we met with him, we absolutely were in love with the kid.
Can you think of any other times in the NFL draft that there's been two guys from the same team, same position group, that are the top two guys at that position?
As the top two guys at the position, I know it wasn't. I think they were like 1 and 3, because when we had when McFadden and Felix Jones came out, they were in that same draft, and I think Peyton Hillis was also in that draft. So they had 3 guys who were probably 3 of the top 5, which was pretty nuts. At the same position, though, you know what? I'd have to go back and see.
There's got to be a year with Ohio State wide receivers or LSU wide receivers or something like that.
To me, I think it'll be the Miami team, because you remember we had DJ Williams and Jonathan Vilma were both first-round pick linebackers from Miami in that year. I don't remember. I can't imagine if there was a linebacker that went ahead of them. But it's pretty wild that you have that. When you have guys sitting there at that exact same position, and it wasn't even close. We talked about it. There was a cliff
right
after Price. It was a cliff before you get to the next one.
And it certainly played out that way in the draft. It wasn't just the way people thought it would go. It was actually the way it went. All right. Well, this is great. DJ, thank you. This was the interview I was excited about all week. Wanted to hear what you had to say. You did a great job, of course.
Oh, thanks.
You were able to control the sickness. What did you end up getting the IV? Did you get Klatt's IV?
I didn't trust Klatt on that
Smart.
one. He sent me the place that I should use, and I thought he's pushing this a little hard. And then I started thinking, knowing Klatt, does he have ownership? Does he have ownership in this company, like a little piece of the pie there? And then he's trying to coax me into tweeting about it, about how great it is.
Oh,
and
really?
He's benefiting on the back end.
Yeah. That sounds like Plugola or something like that. We don't need any part of that.
Playola, Plugola.
Exactly. You could be
Yeah.
that could be the end of the whole DJ experience at ESPN. Done before it even fully got off the ground. DJ, appreciate it. Thank you. We'll do this one more time next week after rookie minicamp and try to figure out kind of where this all goes from here. Maybe by then they will have signed one of these defensive end pass rushers, because it seems like that's the one last missing piece. But we appreciate it. Thanks buddy.
CJ.
I appreciate you guys. I might fly up there when we clinch the Vetter Cup.
All right. That is enough. That's you know what? Send him away. That is enough with Daniel Jeremiah. Goodbye. The great Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network, ESPN, and, of course, Move the Sticks. He's the best, and love that we get that opportunity to talk to him. Let's react, and then Maura put together a little fun game for us. We'll do both next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Brand new draft class.
Glad they picked in the first round. It panned out the way most of us thought it was going to go down with Jadarian. I got to say Jadarian. I did so many hits calling him Jadarian.
JD.
Yeah, I kept calling him Jadarian. But Jadarian Price, Bud Clark was a surprise. Was not on my radar, not even on my list. I scouted like 150 players, and he was not one of them.
I thought for sure they were going to go offensive line there.
Yeah, me
convinced.
too. Julian Neal was a great pick as well.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Nobody has more all-wheel drive or electrified hybrid choices than Toyota, including Tundra. Now through May 4th, get $4,000 customer cash on new 26 Tundras. Or you could get 2.99 APR financing plus $1,000 TFS APR cash with approved credit through TFS. Excludes TRD Pro. APR cash must be applied to deal. A negotiable dock fee of up to $200 may be added. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I on a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
At Pacific Power Batteries, we know that 3 out of 10 people are pretty good with math. The other 8 people, not so good. That's why we're here to help you select a battery with the best value of dollars per cold cranking amp, per minute reserve capacity, or per amp hour. We speak battery and often use a calculator. So come visit us at Pacific Power Batteries, where, with a 12-volt battery, we'll throw in the extra 0.6 volt for no extra charge.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeservice.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
I'm just blown away poor Brian Walters by telling him that my favorite athlete to watch is Jordan Spieth. He's like, wait, what? In the world? Like, yeah. Sorry.
Shocked.
I know.
Absolutely shocked.
I know.
Especially recently.
I know. Well, it's frustrating. Don't get me wrong, but that's who you gotta be loyal. I'm a loyal fan. What can I tell you? Yeah. Number one thing you got out of talking to Daniel Jeremiah was,
man, he was spot on a lot of his
right?
the Seahawks picks. He had him right
in that zone,
right in the zone. And so I'm almost sold. You know, I was actually pretty set on the fact that the Seahawks drafted for needs. No matter what they say, they drafted for needs, and he couldn't have lined up that way. But he almost convinced me a little bit differently that the dominoes just fell in the right spot. That it just happened to line up where their guys, you know, they need a safety, but boom, right here, that's our next guy on the board.
I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. I mean, I think both of those things can be true. They did draft very much for need,
yes,
and it broke so that the guys they drafted were all right at about the right spot in the draft. Certainly the first four picks. I mean, I think that's what's exciting is you look at the first four and be like, yeah, they got regular value out of them. Just go out and do your thing and fill those spots that they needed them to. So great stuff from DJ. If you missed that, great video. You'll find it on the YouTube page for Seattle Sports. You can find it on the app. Seattle Sports app. By the way, I hope we're getting great submissions for Here's the Thing, which, of course, we will do on Thursday. Greg Bishop will be here, and also we'll have Jeff Passan on Thursday. So
maybe we'll get some impressions of Brock wandering Italy.
Oh, that's always a possibility. You never know.
Some creative.
We do have some creative folks out there. Maura, how about a quick buy or sell?
All right. First up, buy or sell. Jadarian Price is a 1,000-yard rusher in 2026.
My first year?
Yeah. You want to buy it or sell it?
I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy it. And
1,000 yards.
Little explanation of this. I think because he's going to be getting the bulk of the carries to start at least the first half of the season. He's going to be the guy. He's going to get more carries than K9 got. He's going to get more carries than Charbonnet got, at least in this first half until Charbonnet comes back. And if he's as good as what they say and the Seahawks are committed to the run, I'm going to say he's going to get over 1,000 yards.
Let's see. How many running backs had 1,000 yards last year in the NFL?
Taking a wild guess at this.
Okay.
I'm going to go 7, maybe 8.
17.
I was so close.
Yeah. More than I would have guessed.
Yeah, me too. But it's not the same anymore. 1,000 isn't that big number.
You're right. A few years ago, like, is he going to get 1,016 games?
They should adjust this as a per game. It should be about 1,200 yards, kind of something like that. Yeah.
I'll buy it as well. Sure. Why not? Let's have fun. I mean, like, I'd rather bet on him than bet against him. The only thing that I think makes this challenging, Ken Walker last year only had 1,027. So it's not like he's going to have to do better, at least as well, if not better, than Ken Walker did last year. Now, Walker had to split carries with Charbonnet all year. Charbonnet's not going to be back until late in the season.
That's kind of what I'm leaning on.
I'm buying it, but not with a tremendous amount of confidence.
I mean, DJ did tell us before they drafted him that he could see him getting 1,100 to 1,200 yards here.
As a rookie?
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, next up. Kyler Murray beats J.J. McCarthy out for the day one starting job in Minnesota. Buy or sell?
I'm buying this. I am. I'm buying it. Not that I'm a big fan of Kyler Murray, but it's just I think I'm a lesser fan of J.J. McCarthy.
Really? You think he's that bad?
I don't know if he's bad. I just think the situation he got thrown into is just so odd. So I think Kyler's going to go in there. He's going to give them the best shot to win right now, just for what he can do. Look, Kyler Murray, no matter how much we knock him or anything, he still struck fear in you when you played the Cardinals.
No.
Absolutely
not.
The one thing you had to do was stop Kyler Murray from scrambling outside the pocket. You had to do that. If you let Kyler Murray loose, it was going to be a long day.
All you needed to do was ask him to throw, and he can't hit the broadside of a barn.
Salk is irrational about this one.
I'm guessing he's not buying this.
I've given him completion percentage numbers that were better than Mahomes, and he still says he's not accurate.
I've
He's just
watched
irrational.
him throw. He does not hit the broadside of a barn.
You still have to prep differently for Kyler Murray.
All that being said, I actually think I'll buy this as well. I think he is going to end up starting game 1 in Minnesota. Do I think he does well? No, because I think, and I want to be on the record again, Kyler Murray stinks.
That was not the question.
Right.
It was not, does he do well?
Right. No, he won't do well. But yes, he will start day 1.
This is what he does. I agree that Kyler Murray stinks, but his completion percentage isn't actually as bad.
You were the one who put this here on the sheet just because you knew what I was going to say.
All right, this one is just for fun. Buy or sell, Brock will be doing wall
other
sits.
ones are serious.
Brock will be doing wall sits at the Vatican while visiting Rome.
I'm right in the map room. Right in the map room. Excuse me, sir. Please stop leaning against these 800-year-old maps.
Wait, is Brock like does he do random workouts? Is this like, okay. Oh.
Especially the wall sits.
Easy answer then.
Especially the wall sits.
Is it specific to wall sits, or can we say he's doing lunges down the hallways, or...
Yeah. Excuse me, sir. Could you get out of my way?
Get out of my way.
Yeah, I mean, this is an easy buy, more.
Sold in the back.
Whoa.
Wrong one. Sorry.
Buy it. Buy it.
You know what? Just for the fun. He's on vacation. He's not working out. I'm selling this.
That's why he goes on vacation, is to work out more.
I'm doing the wrong things. Sorry.
Sold.
Yeah, no, I think he's still doing them.
Yeah.
Lyle?
He'll do them. Of course he will. He does push-ups during breaks during the show.
Yeah.
If he eats like one bad day of food, he'll tell us that he fasted for the next 48 hours. Yeah, he's crazy.
Don't care for him.
Vacation.
Don't care for him. All right, buy or sell. Colt Emerson debuts in the bigs by Buster Olney. Went on with Bump and Stacy in spring training. His prediction date was May 15th.
So that's in 2 weeks.
Buy or sell.
I'm going to sell this one.
Sold in the back row.
In fact, Lyle, I'm having a little bit of doubt even on the whole Memorial Day, May 31st conversation. I've been right there with you of the belief, but until those strikeout numbers and the contact numbers improve, I don't see him coming back and coming up. And especially, I think the hope is that you're going to get Brendan Donovan back sooner rather than later. I don't know that the first thing you want to do for a guy who has a core injury is move him to the outfield and make him run around more. I'm going to sell this one for now.
Yeah. I'm going to sell this as well. And I think because you're not going to bring him up when he's not going to be playing almost every day. And right now there's not that situation where he's going to be on the field every day, getting those reps, getting better. And so I will sell this. He'll be getting a lot more reps and improving down in AAA.
I don't think I ever said he'd be up on Memorial Day. I think it starts on Memorial Day for when the timeline gets realistic.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think I would still kind of agree with that. You think Brock's going to do, like, run stairs on the Spanish Steps?
Oh, yeah. That could happen, too.
You can go cool off in the Trevi Fountain when it's all said and done.
I'm learning something about Brock today.
Dork. All right, there we go. Thank you, Maura. A quick version of buy or sell. All right, Brian Walters is here. Brian, a different Brian with a different spelling. Brian Nemhauser, Hawkblogger, going to join us at 9:30 in about 20 minutes. He's got a cool little tool that he put up this morning or late last night on his site that I think actually fits very well with some of what we just talked about with Daniel Jeremiah. So we will dig in with him a little bit coming up in 20. Want to make sure we give you everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Cal stays on his heater with another bomb.
That is destroyed. Cal Raleigh, a massive homer.
But the Twins nab the opener, ending the Mariners' 4-game win streak. Tonight, Logan Gilbert's on the mound for the M's, looking to get a new streak going.
A vicious splitter. Logan Gilbert lets out a yell.
Mariners Twins, 4:40 first pitch, 3:30 pregame. Listen free wherever you are. Only on one place, the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. And if you've been dreaming of that new deck, you got to get a hold of PCF. Call them before the great weather arrives and their schedule gets totally filled up. With a new deck, patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy the outdoors year-round no matter what the weather brings. And for a limited time, how about this? Get 50% off demolition costs up to $5,000 when you book your project with PCF. Contact People Come First Construction Group for all the details. They designed and built our outdoor living space, and we love it. Start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build this summer. Planning, permitting, and construction can take a little time, so get started today. Get project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and look at all the offer details at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place. With People Come First.
The Puyallup RV Show returns April 30th through May 3rd and through April 29th. Buy a ticket online, get another free. Kids and parking, always free. Heck, you can bring the whole family for the price of one ticket. Go to PuyalluprVShow.com. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, terms apply, all rights reserved.
On October 3rd, Snohomish PUD is hosting the first ever Community Energy Run at the Water Operations Center in Lake Stevens, located on the scenic Centennial Trail. It's a family-friendly 5K where every step supports the Community Energy Fund, helping local families keep the lights on when times get tough. Join the Community Energy Run on October 3rd. Learn more at snowpud.com/run.
There's not one car deal that is worth ruining an experience for a customer. That just is really what is instilled.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with 0 alcohol, 0 sugar, 0 carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Robert was in big trouble with the IRS.
Yes, I owed them a lot of money, over $52,000.
Then he heard about civic tax relief.
They took great care of me. It went really quick. $52,000 I owed, and they had a payoff for $100, and the IRS accepted it. Man.
Off the hook for just $100?
Civic tax relief will take care of you. Give them a call.
Call Civic Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation. 800-881-4555. 800-881-4555. Individual results may vary. Visit civictaxrelief.com for more information.
Mariners and Twins tonight in Minneapolis. First pitch at 4:40, 3:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher.
Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. VO Security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners, everything was going great. You win 4 in a row. You sweep on the road. Everything looks good. You roll into Minnesota. You're not sure whether or not you're going to get the game in. And just the same problem they had last year. Remember, every time there was any question about rain or whether or not they'd play, they ended up getting beat by bad teams, including the White Sox last year. Same thing yesterday. They just got absolutely shelled. Luis Castillo didn't have it. He got blown up. Offense did next to nothing. Was not able to get to a rookie pitcher making, a second start, another lefty that just completely shut them down. And that was, to me, well, maybe it wasn't as big a problem as Luis, but it was still a problem.
I mean, that's what he does, and it was more fastballs kind of that first inning, and then kind of went to the breaking stuff. Kept us off guard in that way. Garv with the big base hit, to kind of get us at least on the board and kind of back into it a little bit. But throwing his off-speed stuff up there and using a lot of it, and it was just something that we weren't able to get onto early.
Yeah, so that was the offense. The bigger issue, of course, just the continued struggles of Luis Castillo. We went through it earlier. 6 starts this year, 1 dominant, 2 good, 3 that have been just essentially non-competitive, and that's the problem. You can't have half your starts be non-competitive, and unfortunately for Luis, it's continuing a trend that really started last year, one that left him essentially out of the rotation in the playoffs and having to pitch out of the bullpen. It just, unfortunately, at age 33, we're just seeing some of the decline. Do I think that means he's done and he'll never have another good start? No, I still think Luis brings some level of value. But with Bryce Miller's return looming, I just don't know how you can keep him in the rotation and tell the clubhouse that you're doing everything you can to win.
And I think the most disappointing part about this start was the writing was on the wall for a bounce-back game. Just the way everything was going, the way the weekend was going. You're going up against a pitcher on the Twins that has never had a major league win. He got his first major league win last night, and that's just, to me, it was
interesting. I thought you meant from the Luis side of it. Like, everything was there for him to have a bounce back, too. You're pitching against a mediocre Twins lineup. You're doing it in cold, rainy weather. Like, there's a lot of reasons to expect that Luis should have gone out and had a bounce back.
Exactly what I'm saying, though. Yeah. I mean, and who you're going against. It's just everything was perfect to keep that momentum that you had during the Cardinals game in general going, and just could not get it done. And here's the moral of the story. If it looks like rain, please just rain. Cancel that game. Let's move on to the next. Because you're right, the Mariners have not been good on the iffy, are we going to play type games.
For whatever reason, seems to get to them. They will get back to it tonight. Logan Gilbert and Joe Ryan. 440 first pitch. M's now 2 games under 500. The only real bright spot last night. Another home run from Cal Raleigh. So what started off incredibly slowly and concerning, all of a sudden you're almost at the end of the month. And he's at 7 home runs. Is it quite at last year's pace? No, but it's not so far off that it's like a major concern. Good on Cal for kind of getting it going again.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I've been enjoying the Mike Vrabel story. I just find it fascinating how each day something new seems to come out. Yesterday, it was that he was in Salt Lake City for just a day and then came back to be around the facility. For some reason, he couldn't be with the team for the final day of the draft. He had to attend therapy with his family, but he flew to Salt Lake, and then the therapy, was on Sunday, which doesn't make any real sense, even online. Like, none of it makes any sense. And now he's back with the team again. after, I guess he's cured. Everything's fine now because he flew to Salt Lake City. Adam Schefter says, yeah, there's pressure, but it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, I think there's obviously a lot of pressure on him. But if you're asking, do I think that Patriots are moving on from him or making a head coaching change anytime soon? No, I do not. Now, should there be additional information that surfaces? Should there be further embarrassing incidents? Then the equation gets changed. But last week when on draft night, Mike Vrabel called a conference for 7:20 Eastern, 40 minutes before the start of the NFL draft, and there were people asking me if he was resigning or being fired or whatever. Like, I don't believe that that's a conversation at all.
I think it is. I mean, look, obviously Schefter has a lot more connections than I do. I'm just trying to go on common sense, and it tells me that eventually it's going to be hard for him to keep doing the job because I don't know how this story goes away unless he actually steps away, not for one Sunday, the day after the draft.
I think the question here that Schefter just asked is, does anything else come out?
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm a betting man, I'm saying yes. There's probably going to be a lot more that comes out, and then it gets a lot more difficult to do that. And then the other thing about this is, how is he going to do his job effectively? All these distractions going on with his family, everything. That's all the people ask about. Now, that's all they care about. You can't be a good head coach with all this going on. So that's one thing I'll look at as well, is if his job starts to slide because he can't get the work done that he usually does.
And do you think that at some point players they start to take notice of this?
Absolutely. Yep. Players will notice if he's distracted. They're not doing the same. I mean, they were a Super Bowl team. They went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that requires a certain amount of dedication to your job. And if players see that slipping because of the distractions, that's an issue.
All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Went over it quickly earlier. Just a little news on the proposal to get the Sonics here. The story in Bloomberg saying that there's been more interest from prospective owners in Seattle, or in Vegas, than in Seattle. I don't think that's a big deal. Essentially, what you're saying is that Samantha Holloway and her One Roof Sports and Entertainment Group is the bidder, and anyone else is going to kind of fall by the wayside. So there you go. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Get back to football in a few minutes with Brian Nemhauser, Hawkblogger. Brian Walters is with me. The Luis Castillo thing is hard because I hate overreaction. I never want to overreact to a bad start or even a couple of bad starts for a starting pitcher who's had as much success as Luis. And I've really been loath to do that. Last year, I mean, even late in the season last year, I'm sitting here pointing out, like, hey, remember, this guy gave you a lot of innings. He does take the ball every 5 days. He almost always gets you through 5 or 6 innings. And for a long time, it was quality start after quality start. And I do believe that there is still more in the tank for Luis Castillo. Maybe it's as a reliever eventually. I don't know. But I'm not sitting here telling you Luis Castillo is washed out. I don't believe that. But I also think that, as you are in World Series mode, you got to have a little bit shorter hook, a little bit less patience, especially with a 33-year-old pitcher, and especially when you've seen what you've seen so far from Emerson Hancock. Like, you can't ignore the actual results of what's happening.
And that's the crazy thing is that's the only reason we're having this conversation is because there's a guy like Emerson Hancock looming, showing what he can do. No other team's having this conversation with Luis Castillo on their squad. He's their 4th guy. He's their 5th guy. A lot of teams, he's their 2nd or 3rd guy.
Yeah.
And so it's just, as much as you want to see the success from Luis Castillo, it is still a situation the Mariners are in that you're like, okay, like the fact that we have this depth and can actually have this conversation, should Castillo be in this starting lineup, is kind of a little blessing in disguise there.
Yeah, it does show you how deep and impressive your starting pitching rotation is. On the other hand, you don't want to be giving away opportunities every 5 days because, unfortunately, 3 of his 6 starts have just been non-competitive. So we'll continue to watch the situation. Bryce Miller's not back yet. You always have those, as we've talked about a few times, the phantom IL or a little lat issue or a little shoulder soreness or whatever the case may be. And maybe it goes down that way here in order to just kind of save face and give yourself some time to get it all figured out.
I mean, the Dodgers are kings of that.
Yeah.
They put guys on the Phantom IL all the time. I mean, Max Scherzer, for example, just got blown up, and he went on the IL. Is it a real injury? I don't know.
You never know.
That could have been our buy or sell.
Yeah.
Phantom IL, buy or sell.
It happens all the time in baseball.
It does. The Dodgers also put a lot of people on the real IL, as it turns out, especially pitchers. They had a few of those last year. All right, let's finish things up here with our guy Hawkblogger, his take on what the Seahawks have done and what they're going to do next. It's coming up on Brock and Salk Sales Sports on 710.
For the best insider analysis,
Bumpus and Wyman, the floor is yours. This is who you wanted.
Yeah, this is the guy I wanted.
Lock in at SeattleSports.com.
The Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price.
There it is.
Notre Dame.
The home run picks.
He kind of stood alone. Great player.
And what's next as John Schneider, Mike Macdonald, and the Seahawks put together the crew that'll defend the Lombardi Trophy.
They don't draft for need. They draft the best available players.
It's only at SeattleSports.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You ready to celebrate, Mom? We're getting real close to Mother's Day. And yes, they've got an awesome deal going on for Mother's Day weekend. Big giveaway, as you could win more than 100 designer handbags that are filled up with prizes. That's Saturday and Sunday, May 9th and 10th. Don't forget, book a stay at the new hotel. The rooms are incredible. The spa, the mom in your life is going to love it. Elevate your next getaway. Go to snocasino.com for more and to book. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This baseball season, Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. John Curley here. Get the price of a new heating and AC system in just 60 seconds on your phone with no pressure, no waiting. Just a few questions and you get a winning personalized price. That's a home run. And if your system is over 12 years old, it could be costing you up to 20% more or could soon fail. Score a personalized price for a new system in 60 seconds at HomeComfortAlliance.com. Call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this. What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. Ready to create your home wellness retreat? Whether you love a relaxing session in infrared or traditional steam heat, we have the perfect Hilo sauna waiting for you. Up your wellness game by building your own contrast therapy studio, featuring a new sauna and our amazing Vigor Cold Plunge. Buy both and save up to $5,000. Savings end April 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Mariners and Twins tonight in Minneapolis. First pitch at 4:40, 3:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust a Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry. I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we're going to wrap things up today with our friend Brian Nemhauser, of course, Hawkblogger, and Brian Walters with me today. And thank you for the last couple of days. I appreciate it. It's been fun getting a chance to hang, and I love what Brian does awesome work on Seahawks pre and post and everything else that you end up doing. So thank you for coming in. It makes it super easy. So appreciate you.
Always appreciate you letting me do this.
Yeah.
And by the way, happy birthday.
Hey, thank you.
Happy
birthday.
My
birthday
again.
Thank you for mentioning that. Yes,
you got to get that out again.
It is my birthday. It's funny you should mention it. Brian Nemhauser joins us now, Hawkblogger. Via video link, I believe. We have Brian here on video, so if you're watching on YouTube, you get a chance to see his smiling face. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. You guys know each other?
Happy birthday, dude.
Thank you.
There we go.
I appreciate that.
Nice.
Thank you. Yes. I like a good birthday. I like a good happy birthday. I mentioned
how many Brians can you celebrate your birthday with? You got pretty much you cornered the market on them.
I mean, I'm a Gen X guy. I know like 900 Brians. Like Brians, Marks, Mikes, Matts. I don't really know anything else other than that. So
we got the two best ones right here.
That's
right here.
Yeah. Two different spellings too.
Two different spellings.
Because you have kind of the Ryan.
There's only one right
spelling.
spelling. Let's be honest, but it's okay.
Thank you. You
We're
bring
wearing
that
hoodies,
up, you're right.
so it's cool.
All right, Brian Nemhauser. Who's your favorite of these Seahawks picks?
I love the Bo Stevens pick. I love the Bo Stevens pick. I think that was one that honestly I would have been comfortable with earlier in the draft. I think he is a perfect fit for what they're doing. I think he's got a chance to press for snaps this year. And I think it was also just really smart of the Seahawks to take advantage of the fact they had 12 picks coming to them in 2027. And by trading one of those away, a little bit expensive, a fourth round pick, but still trading one of them away, you get to take a player that you learn about this year. If Bo Stevens doesn't work out, then next year you're going to have to probably use one of those 11 picks on an interior offensive lineman. But he is a good enough prospect. And at a school they have a lot of information about. They scouted Mason Richmond last year. They obviously like what they saw in him. And this guy is not like Mason Richmond, who played tackle and kind of converted to some interior line. This guy's been a guard, and he is a mauler at guard, and he's a zone guard. So I think everything about the way that pick came to be was really, really good.
Brian, realistically, at that right guard position, what do you think the competition looks like with all the two draft picks last season with Bryce and Mason, and then now and Anthony Bradford, Christian Haynes? What do you see that competition? How do you see it playing out?
Well, I know how fans will want to see how that competition plays out. I think there's a lot of folks that have already kind of marked Anthony Bradford off. And look, I'll say this, guys. I really hope for Anthony Bradford that he took what happened last year as a step forward, which not a lot of people wouldn't see it as, but I definitely did. He eliminated a lot of the penalties from previous seasons. He was a pretty good run blocker. His pass blocking improved at times, but certainly had some issues, and decided to build on that this offseason, because they are definitely going to have Bryce Cable-Dew, Mason Richmond, potentially Christian Haynes, and now Bo Stevens at least come in and, go after that. And there's some interesting undrafted guys, that at least a rookie minicamp invite guys I keep an eye on as well. Mickey Rewelinski from Eastern Michigan, Tyler Doty from Buffalo, also zone blocking guards. So I think they're going to do everything they can to solidify it. And you know what? If the worst case scenario is the guy that started for you in a Super Bowl winning season is your starting guard again, I think you're doing all right.
Realistically, who else is in for a battle? Like if you are a current member of the Seahawks, who else is all of a sudden looking around going, all right, I better get after it because I got some competition coming?
Well, I think you certainly have to look at cornerback and safety. I mean, when you add 3 corners, that starts to be a position to watch. And I think as you kind of go after the cornerback room, your top 3 guys going in are Josh Jobe and Nicky Manwari and Devin Witherspoon. But after that, there's some questions, right? Like Nehemiah Pritchett he had a great singular play last year, and that's of note. But he has not had a lot else of note. Noah Igbenogany, the guy that they've had some interest in, and I think he's going to get a chance to really compete. Shamar Jean-Charles was a guy that was around the team last year, but did not, was injured early, didn't get as many chances to play. So I really like the Andre Fuller pick. This is a guy that I looked at for them for a while. They also had on a visit, so they like him. I think Julian Neal, this was one of my guys coming into the draft, so I personally was pretty excited about that pick, and then he was even more excited than I was.
Did you know he had that kind of juice?
I did not.
You didn't know he was essentially Muhammad Ali talking to the press the other day?
No. And there's a little bit of extra just deliciousness about the fact that his fans are all, or his family's all 49ers fans. So he's like, I don't care, he's going to be a Seahawk, and hopefully makes the 49ers lives miserable going forward. So I love the competition there. They really give themselves a chance to add deep in that room. And safety, I'm a big Ty Okada fan. I think the guy started 11 games last year. They were 9-2 in those starts. I think he played exceptionally well, especially toward the end of the season. I think they trust him back there. Rodney Thomas was a sneaky free agent addition, has been a starter in this league, has some really good rangy skills. And then, you add Bud Clark. AJ Finley's another name who is not well known for a lot of people, but they really, really liked. And then he got hurt in the scrimmage last year. And so he's back. So yeah, there's some pretty interesting secondary options, not to mention DeAnthony Bell and some other guys there as well.
You watched the tape on Julian Neal? Have you watched some highlights on it?
The tape?
Just highlights.
I've watched the highlights. I don't watch tape because I don't know what I'm looking at.
You see a corner making pass breakups, interceptions, whatever. He's like tackle.
Yeah.
And I love seeing that. So,
well, I feel like, and Brian, I'd actually be curious your thoughts. I just feel like the Julian Neal pick is almost a direct reaction to what they had and didn't care for with Reek Woolen. It's like, okay, we can't have that. Let's go get the exact type of thing that is the antithesis of who was there before.
Well, it's funny you say that. First of all, the correct way to ask that of Salk, if you don't know, Brian, is to ask if he's blink scouted Julian Neal.
I absolutely have. Give me one or two plays. I can tell you all you need to know.
He's a blink scouter.
Which our texters have dubbed Salk's BS.
Yes.
That's all you need, though. You're that good.
I can BS with the best of them.
I agree with Daniel Jeremiah. There is something to first impressions when you're looking at a player. And to your point, Mike, when I built my Seahawks draft board, which is not based off of my evaluations, but based off of what I think the Seahawks care about for certain positions, what I weighted heavier was how they played in zone in coverage. I think that's more important. Like, man coverage is always important, but I think it really matters in how often Mike deploys zone coverage. And then also the run defense grade, which a lot of people wouldn't say is important for a cornerback, but I do think they care about that. And if you look at the profile of the guys they added, that's the case. So Julian Neal on my board came up as like 6th out of all the cornerbacks in the draft class because 96th percentile run defense grade, 92nd percentile zone coverage grade, 87th percentile zone forced interception rate, or forced incompletion rate, I should say. This he can also do some man coverage, and I know he's excited about that, but I think he's a good off coverage guy that can also really fit in the run. So yeah, I think that's the profile they're looking at that is a little different than Reek Woolen.
Brian, real quick on those, where do those percentiles come from? What is that? Just can you explain that to me?
Yes. So that is looking at all the players in college football that played that specific position and creating like a distribution of all the people that had those numbers, whether it's a counting stat or a grade or whatever else, where they fit in that distribution. So yeah, it's a look at all college football players from that last year and where those guys fit.
Who comes next? Now that the draft is in the rear view and they didn't get an edge rusher, which is fine. I think they still need something to add to what they already have. Who comes next?
Yeah, it certainly seems like Dante Fowler's a pretty good bet if you're looking at who's going to be added. Even in their undrafted free agent and rookie minicamp invite pool, there's not a lot of edges. Aiden Hubbard, a couple other guys, but it felt like they went into the draft, not loving this draft class, its edge draft class as much as other people. And I don't think that necessarily means they were all bad players, but there's a specific Mike Macdonald edge that they're looking for. And I don't know that there was a lot of those guys in this particular draft. Some of the lighter, faster guys were there. And Dante Fowler, the thing that was interesting, I thought Von Miller was a pretty good bet because he actually had talked to the Seahawks last year, has expressed some regret for not coming.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at pass rush win rates, Dante Fowler Jr. Would have had the highest pass rush win rate of any Seahawks edge last year. Higher than anybody else. Higher than Boye Mafe, higher than DeMarcus Lawrence, all those guys. And Von Miller, Cam Jordan, who are other names people like, they put up sack numbers, but their actual pass rush win rates were pretty low, like definitely career lows. And that, I think, matched my eyes when I watched those guys. I think they've lost, no surprise at their age, a lot of juice. So Dante Fowler with a connection to Aden Dirty, it just makes a lot of sense that AD is going to bring in, for the 3rd straight year, a Dallas Cowboys defensive lineman.
Maybe you just answered this question, but maybe not. We're going to find out. If you, coming off a Super Bowl winning team, you can say there's not a lot of holes, not a lot of gaps to fill with the team that wins the Super Bowl. But for you heading into camp, what do you think the biggest question is now after this draft?
Well, I mean, Captain Obvious here, I guess, but running back, it is such a wide open field. I think the assumption is Jadarian Price is going to be, prominent in that. They'll certainly get an opportunity, but I don't know that people are truly appreciating the fact that George Holani might be your starter. Like, I think that's a very real possibility. And I think that people are underestimating what could come of a guy like Jacardier Wright or Kenny McIntosh, Emmanuel Wilson, who's the forgotten man, who is the guy that they signed. And Green Bay Packers fans will tell you they thought he could be a starter and were very upset that the Packers didn't place a restricted free agent tender on him.
I'm sorry. So, I love all of it, but I can't take a fan base seriously when they want the backup running back to start. I've seen too many. What was the guy here who shined in Pope? What was his name? Something Pope.
Oh, Trumaine
Pope. I've seen too many Troymaine Popes over my years to get too excited about whether a fan base wants a backup running back.
There was
a
little fantasy football.
There's also been the Alex Collins and the Justin Forsetts that have gone on. And
I like me some Alex
Emmanuel
Collins.
Wilson was hot on fantasy football.
I bet he
year.
was.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, go on. Yeah, I still agree with what you're saying. Go on.
Yeah, so I mean, I just think the running back room, and we also have the question mark about Zach Charbonnet. Like, no one really knows what's going on there. So yeah, I think that's probably the place that my eyes will go. It always comes back to offensive and defensive line. I think edge rush is also, like, you heard Mike Macdonald and John Schneider, Jared Ivey. Connor O'Toole, even Jalen Gaines. Those are guys that they have eyes on, and I think they're expecting to step up and maybe play larger roles than they did a year ago.
It is funny, you mentioned offensive and defensive line. Essentially, Boye Mafe is the only guy not back along both lines. I mean, and I do think that matters. I think that having all four of those edge guys rotate through last year was a big thing, which is why I was hoping maybe somebody like Gabe Akis or one of those guys was going to be available in the second round. They weren't, and I got no problems with the way it went down, but it's just kind of a bummer. And that's why I'm probably asking you about someone like Dante Fowler Jr. or whoever, because I think that rotation is important, especially as Chenna and Lawrence get another year older, for two guys that are, not at the very end necessarily, but are definitely on the older side of the scale. I just think, to help answer your question, you still got to look at safety and corner. I mean, yes, you drafted for those spots, but they're unknown quantities. And Bud Clark might be great, but he never played it down in the NFL. I thought Lano Hill was going to be great as a second-round pick also, and he was awful. I mean, we just don't know it's just hard to count on a rookie. I think that's ultimately my point.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are experiencing this a little bit as well, but it's just hard to truly create drama in this roster. It just is, because even there, you had Julian Love miss a lot of the season last year, which happened to give Ty Okada a chance to get a lot of snaps. And he was a really good player for this team last year, legitimately a very good player. And some of his numbers actually stack up right with Kobe Bryant, if not better in some cases. I'm not saying he's a better player, but he's a good player. And so that's not much of a question mark. And cornerback wise, everyone's like, oh yeah, you lost Reek Woolen, but Josh Joe beat Reek Woolen out last year to be the starter. And so yes, they rotated, but most teams don't have 4 starting corners, and most teams don't have 4 starting safeties and 4 starting edge rushers. So this is the best team in football coming back, and hopefully finding guys that can challenge at least a few of those guys on that.
Is that still true? They still the best team in football?
Look, I think yes. The short answer is yes. I think everyone's going to assume it's the Rams. The Rams can't even decide whether they're happy about their own draft and how to use their draft capital. And if you look at the Rams Seahawks games, what decided those games, in my opinion, was not the secondary. A lot of people are going to point to it. It was the Seahawks run game and the Rams run defense. Rams run defense did not get better. The Seahawks ran over the Rams in a lot of those games. Ken Walker was a big part of it. So I think how the Seahawks offensive line progresses is as big as anything else. And then figuring out how they get a little bit more edge rush is another thing that I'm looking at in that matchup.
So I'll do a little follow up to that then. So, the old saying, you're either getting better or you're getting worse, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think that the NFL or the Seahawks either have pulled further away from the competition, or do you think other teams have pulled closer to them after this offseason?
I think it's largely a push is the way I'd look at it. And the way most people are going to look at that, Brian, I'm really curious your thoughts too, is everyone's looking at the player changes as the way to assess whether a team got better or worse. There's a huge aspect of improvement, which is how often do we talk about the year 2 jump for a player in the NFL? It's a common thing. Sam Darnold's first year on the team, Gray Zabel's first year on the team, Jalen Sundell's first year starting, that offensive line.
Nick Eamon-Wari.
Nick Eamon-Wari. So many of these players made their first foray with the Seahawks or playing. And now you got most of the same coaching staff back. I think they augmented their coaching staff more than any other maybe in the NFL. And I think there's going to be a huge jump for the offensive line, for the defensive line, for the linebacker crew, where just keeping those guys together, it's kind of like the old school 80s and 90s franchises that had the dynasties without free agency. I think people have underestimated how important it is and valuable it is the Seahawks kept this crew together.
Now, one other change is offensive coordinator, right? I mean, you lose a guy that had a lot of success, ends up getting a head coaching job. You bring in someone new. Did you feel like you learned anything about their new coordinator through the acquisition process, whether it was free agency or now the draft? Did you learn anything about him through that?
It's probably not the most exciting answer, but no, not really, not yet. I mean, if there had been some run on a specific kind of player that differed from the kind of player the Seahawks would have looked for without him, then I would have said yes. But like Jadarian Price was likely going to be a Seahawks target with or without Brian Fleury. And Bo Stevens was likely going to be a Seahawks target with or without Brian Fleury. So the proof with Brian Fleury is going to be one, how do installs go? How are guys like feeling about that? How are they talking about things? And then realistically, we won't know until we get into the regular season how he handles play calling, how he adjusts to what other people are doing. And that's a big question mark. I think that's one of the biggest question marks with this team.
Brian, were you as happy to see the Rams take Ty Simpson as all of us were?
I was so confused. Yes. Short answer, yes. I think I was more happy to see Sean McVay's reaction to drafting Ty Simpson than I was my own. But I don't know, Brian, like it's bizarre to me that you look at, do you guys remember Julian Love's comment on the sideline of the Super Bowl about Drake May? And that he's like, this isn't like Matt Stafford. Drake May has a little hitch. And the implication there is Matt Stafford's just one of one in terms of being able to, with his arm talent and what throws he can complete. Ty Simpson has nothing that resembles what makes Matt Stafford an elite passer. And so I'm just not only confused that they took Ty Simpson, who I think is like a 3rd round talent, that's 13 overall, but that they saw him as a guy that is a good match for what they want to do. I'm just confused by it as much as anything else.
It's hilarious. There's nothing funnier than the Sean McVay answer where he says that his favorite thing about why they took him is that this is still Matt Stafford's team. I can't believe how funny that is. It's just perfect. It's perfect in every single way. Last thing, I saw you had the consensus tool, and that was pretty cool. I thought maybe you could just explain it to people real quick, especially those who've been following the whole, I don't know if it's a scandal, it's not just the conversation in San Francisco about whether or not John Lynch is doing well with consensus, or if he's overdrafting guys based on where they would have otherwise gone.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think people get this so wrong. So I'll try to be quick about it. But no one's suggesting that NFL teams should look at a public consensus draft board and say, okay, we're at pick 45, take the 45th player on the board. Or even that, okay, we're at pick 45 and we're going to pick a guy that's ranked 70th on the consensus board. We shouldn't do that. Like, no one's suggesting that. But the data actually indicates pretty strongly that if you are consistently taking players well ahead of what the public consensus board shows, that those players are unlikely to work out. Like, they are unlikely to be worth the draft capital you spent on them. And as a front office, I think it's honestly like just bad process to not consider that as at least a check on your own evaluation. Say, why are we so different? And if you look at the 49ers, they have been, since John Lynch has been hired, the worst in the NFL in terms of cumulative amount of picks that were reaches above consensus. And if you look at their draft history with those picks, most of them have not worked out. So the fact that Lynch kind of poo-poos it, it's different than the Seahawks and other franchises that I think do consider, at least factor that into their evaluations. And the Seahawks trend has very much been toward being a little bit more aligned with consensus. So draft.hawkblogger.com/consensus. You can see for any team, every player since 2016, what the drafts are since consensus.
Pretty cool. Brian, thank you. The great Hawk Blogger.
Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate you.
Cheers, guys.
The great Brian Walters. Walt, appreciate you. Thanks for joining me for a couple of days here.
Thanks for spending your birthday with me.
You know what? There's nobody I'd rather spend it with.
There we go.
My family's only allotted a few minutes to celebrate my birthday tonight. If I'm lucky, I can maybe get a slice of cake. We'll see. I might have to go pick it up myself, though. So
we celebrated all morning, though, for you.
That was nice.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. And thank you again, Maura. Lyle even said happy birthday off air, but he didn't want to do it again on air.
Did it sound natural?
More so than with Brock, I will say. He did a better job of showing a little heart and feeling.
Lyle shakes
And I'm
his
not
head.
going to do it on the air
No,
again.
no, I don't think you should. It's not for the. It's not good. Bub and Stacy are coming up next. I'll be back tomorrow. We got Sonny Dykes tomorrow, right? Talk about Bud Clark. That'll be fun. And then heading right into Mariner baseball. Greg Bishop on Thursday. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Till then, the hay is in
the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy.
I loved the pick of Bud Clark, but only in hindsight. Like you, Bump, he was not. It wasn't that he wasn't on my radar.
He wasn't on your radar?
Well, no,
He wasn't on mine
I'll
either.
say it's not that I looked at it and thought, what a horrible reach.
Right.
Like,
He's a smooth safety, very aggressive, attacks the football. Once you put on the film, it makes sense. He feels the football when it's in the air. He just has a radar of the football field that a safety needs when you're a freelancer back there roaming around.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2. Only on Seattle Sports.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
Upgrade your comfort and cut utility costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors plus $1,000 off whole projects while taking 12 months to pay with no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 30th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
The Johnsons always talk about an orientation meeting. Their dad and grandpa, they always maintain that it's a people business.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Thinking about investing in home upgrades? Worry less and save more with Snohomish PUD's network of trade allies. These are trusted local contractors who can install heat pumps, insulation, new windows, and more. And when you work with a PUD trade ally, you can unlock instant rebates. This means lower upfront costs, lower energy bills, and work done by vetted pros. Find a PUD trade ally at snowpud.com/rebates.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425